Chapter 1071. Why did Fang Yuan choose transformation path? After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained a new life. The question that he had been thinking about the most was which path he should take in his future cultivation. In his previous life, he chose Blood Path because Blood Path could be cultivated quickly and had great power. It could be used to nurture battles. It had little need for cultivation resources. Moreover, he only had one fortuitous encounter in his previous life. To him, Blood Path had the greatest future prospects. After rebirth, he abandoned Blood Path and chose Strength Path because this was not the 5 regions chaotic war. Everything was orderly and orderly. Blood Path had no chance of making a name for itself. The other reason was his circumstances. Fang Yuan searched through his memories, finding fortuitous encounters that suited his current situation and could be used. And these fortuitous encounters were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they both had flaws. Blood Path's situation was not good, everyone wanted to kill it. Be it GU Masters or GU Immortals, if they chose to cultivate Blood Path, once they were discovered, they would be ostracized by the entire world. Strength Path was also declining, even though Domination Immortal Chu Du added Human Jun Strength Path to Strength Path, it could not hide the awkwardness of Strength Path's decline. To speak the truth, these two paths were not the best choice. Fang Yuan himself concluded, after rebirth, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters. Wisdom Path, Luck Path, Theft Path, some of these fortuitous encounters were extremely outstanding. For example, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, or Star Lord Wn Xiong's Star Path Inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path, these two paths were undoubtedly much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Moreover, having an inheritance and not having an inheritance were two completely different things. The former was cultivation. One could use the wisdom of predecessors to advance step by step. One could advance bravely and have a promising future. The latter was like a blind man groping an elephant. One would be at a loss and without a clue, they would struggle and grope their way forward. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in the 500 years of his previous life, then as long as the situation allowed, he would definitely choose Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance as the main one, while Star Lord Wn Xiong's Star Path Inheritance and one of Bloodsea Ancestors' true inheritances were supplementary. He would become a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Because in terms of potential and future, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance was the most outstanding. There were few Wisdom Path GU Immortals. In the GU Immortal world, it was very precious, it was welcomed and also feared. He had both the inside and the face. However, in order to truly choose a path, one could not just look at the future. One had to look at the present as well. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance came from a rank 8 GU Immortal of the Celestial Court. It had been perfected by many generations of inheritors, it had great prospects. However, if one cultivated this legacy, they would be able to do so. One of his weaknesses was that he wasn't good at fighting. The most obvious advantage of this true inheritance was that it was proficient in divination. To make up for this weakness, Dongfang Naganori created the immortal killer move Hotaru. He had finally made up for some of his shortcomings. Dongfang Naganori's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Because the current situation could be said to be filled with danger. Ying Wu Xie. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains Huang Jin clans, and so on. Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed. Be it Spring-Autumn Cicada, Otherworldly Demon, or the culprit of Imperial Court-blessed land, he was almost completely exposed. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed prospects, he also needed the present situation. In a way, the present situation was more important than prospects. Without the present situation, no matter how broad the prospects were, it was just a castle in the air, it was useless even if it looked good. To deal with the present situation, Fang Yuan needed a path with extremely high battle strength. Metal Path, Fire Path, Lightning Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, These 5 paths were publicly recognized as the 5 paths with the strongest battle strength. The first 3 paths were new and were the mainstream paths. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had a short history. They were different paths. Sword path had Bo Ching, blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor, but other than these 2, there were few outstanding people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not compare to the first 3 paths. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, be it metal path, fire path, or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary. He did not have any relevant inheritances. On the contrary, his blood path attainment level was Grandmaster, and although his sword path attainment level was also ordinary, he did not have any inheritance, but he stole many of Bo Ching's immortal GU. The attainment level of each path was also an important factor. Without an inheritance, if one's attainment level was high, they could draw on a blank piece of paper and create something new. But compared to having an inheritance, it was much more difficult. It required more inspiration and talent. Fang Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at Grandmaster level. Blood path was the accumulation of his previous life, strength path was the accumulation of his previous life and current life, wisdom path and star path were the result of coincidences. Through dream realms, they advanced rapidly and rapidly. Refinement path was quasi-Grandmaster. It was quite impressive among GU immortals. Enslavement path was Master. It was not outstanding among GU immortals. Luck path was quasi-Grandmaster. The other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path, and others, or even blank, like phantom path. From the perspective of attainment level, the path of the 4 Grandmaster attainment levels was naturally the best. But blood path was not worth mentioning. Strength path was on the decline. Wisdom path and star path were not known for their battle strength, even though they had their own inheritances. Regrettably, Fang Yuan had lost almost all of his immortal GU. If these immortal GU in the inheritances had not been refined yet, Fang Yuan might be able to refine them one by one during his cultivation. But these immortal GU were kept in Ying Wuxie's hands. Fang Yuan did not know which one existed and which one was destroyed. This situation was an extremely bad hindrance to his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take the risk and pay a huge price to refine immortal GU, because immortal GU were unique, he might not succeed. All in all, Fang Yuan's situation could be said to be quite awkward. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when Fang Yuan thought about his path, he was also at a loss. Only when he gradually discovered the profundity of this new body, did the layers of darkness and fog shrouding his mind start to dissipate. Bright and warm sunlight appeared. He found that he had more than 1,000 Dao marks in his body, from all the major paths. This was not surprising. When GU immortals pass tribulation after tribulation, their immortal apertures would also produce different Dao marks because of the calamities and tribulations. It was just that there was a clear difference in priority. The most important thing was that these Dao marks did not interfere with each other, they did not hinder each other. This was simply too amazing. When Fang Yuan first discovered it, firstly, he did not dare to believe that there was such a good thing in the world. Because of this, it had already broken the common sense of cultivation. If he said it, others would think that it was a fantasy or a rumor. But thinking about it, Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU was a rank 9 Immortal GU, the essence of spectral soul and shadow sex accumulation for 100,000 years. Thinking about it, breaking common sense was very reasonable. Next, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Because such a good thing did not happen to others, it happened to him. Just based on this point, he could cultivate all the paths. Long ago, Fang Yuan had imagined cultivating 2 immortal apertures at the same time, one cultivating time path while the other cultivating strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was even more ridiculous. It could cultivate all the paths at the same time, from ancient times until now, all the GU immortal paths in one go. This was simply a dream come true. Throughout history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, most of them cultivated one path while cultivating another. Even if some GU immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would end up biting off more than they could chew. They would lose sight of other paths. The outcome would be tragic. Because the Dao marks in their bodies would hinder each other, the more they would cultivate. The more internal friction there would be, the more losses they would suffer. But Fang Yuan did not have this obstacle. He could cultivate all the paths, there would be zero internal friction. His future would be bright, he would surpass all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history by countless times. Fang Yuan soon calmed down. Daydreams were always beautiful, getting rid of all the paths at once was only a beautiful idea. Even though it could be implemented, it required resources, time, energy, and most importantly, a peaceful cultivation environment. And Fang Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited energy, time, and resources. His enemies were all over the 5 regions, including the Northern Plains GU Immortals who were most skilled in battle, the #1 GU Immortal organization in history, the Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and countless people who wanted to obtain the luck path true inheritance from him. His future was limitless, but his current situation was dangerous. There was no need to even think about creating a path. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation yet. He could only choose one path from the current ones. At most, he could cultivate one path at the most. Any more than that, the current situation would not allow him to do so. His energy would be wasted, he would be seeking his own death. Among the current paths, which one had outstanding battle strength that could allow Fang Yuan to survive the current situation, while also allowing him to display his own specialty, and also taking into account attainment level, inheritances, and other factors? After thinking about it, there was only one path left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was transformation path. Transformation path was known as using one path to reflect countless paths. GU Immortals who cultivated transformation path could transform into metal path, lightning path, sword path, light path, and all other paths. But transformation path had a flaw that existed since ancient times, that was, when transformation path GU Immortals transformed into different forms, they needed to clear their Dao marks to prevent the Dao marks from interfering with each other or obstructing each other. This flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus GU, his Dao marks did not interfere with each other. When Qi Zai chased after him, he thought that Fang Yuan had grasped the peerless secret of reckless savage demon Venerable's ability to transform at will. One could say that transformation path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. It could also be said that Fang Yuan was currently, throughout history, the only 2 people who were suitable to cultivate transformation path. And even more amazing was that once he cultivated transformation path, the secret of Fang Yuan's Dao marks not interfering with each other would be perfectly concealed. Fang Yuan could openly use immortal GU of all paths after transformation without arousing suspicion. And after transformation, he could use the immortal GU of the corresponding path to increase his power. For example, transforming into a sword path beast, adding countless sword path Dao marks to his body and using sword path immortal GU, his power would be amplified even more. Even though Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was not high, it did not matter, he had reckless savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have a transformation path inheritance, it was not a big issue. Why? Because transformation path killer moves were easy to obtain, transforming into a complete form was a transformation path killer move. As for transformation path's corresponding immortal GU, it was the easiest GU worm among all the paths to refine for commoners. For Fang Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and start anew. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations. For example, Lang Ya blessed land. This generation's land spirit of Langya acknowledged his hairy man identity. If Fang Yuan cultivated it well, he could transform into a hairy man GU immortal and gain his trust and support. If he was chased in the future, he could transform into other things or people and escape. If his current identity was exposed, and he could not move freely in this vast world, he could disguise himself and continue to roam the world. From now on, I am a transformation path GU immortal. Chapter 1072. Lang Ya blessed land, a few days later. This is interior rain. Land spirit of Langya said as he handed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting Fang Yuan take a good look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands to receive it. Be careful. Land spirit of Langya instructed, this rank 6 immortal material is very special, it is slightly heavy. In Lang Ya Land Spirit's words, he placed emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material before. Saying so, Fang Yuan received this immortal material. Immediately, he felt his heart sink. Looking carefully, the water in the basin was so clear that one could see the bottom. It also had traces of refreshing green color. Fang Yuan was clearly holding it steadily, but there were ripples on the water surface. It was like a spring rain falling on the surface of the water. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rain was very special. It contained Tao marks. It was not heavy by itself, but it would put a burden on the minds of living beings that came into contact with it. The heavy that Land Spirit of Langya emphasized was not the heaviness of the weight, but the heaviness of the soul. Have you really decided to use your third and final chance to let me refine GU? But not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal GU? While Fang Yuan was inspecting the immortal material in the basin, Land Spirit of Langya asked again. Millimeter, I have already confirmed it, I will not change it. Fang Yuan nodded, answering without hesitation. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to cultivate transformation path from now on. Fixed immortal travel was good. But it lacked the most crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not completely sure that it was already destroyed. Thirdly, it was far less important to Fang Yuan than change form immortal GU. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his mind resolutely. He did not hesitate to use his final opportunity. He was going to make a courageous attempt to refine change form immortal GU. Immortal GU were unique. Change form immortal GU was the essence of transformation path. This immortal GU was famous in history. It had once been used by reckless savage demon Venerable and refined to rank 9. But after reckless savage demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form immortal GU was also destroyed. If the future generations wanted to refine it again, they would have to start from rank 6. In terms of foundation, Transformation Tao was much deeper than Sword Tao and Blood Tao. After reckless savage demon ancestor, Transformation Path also produced many GU immortal experts. These people were like stars in the sky, shining brightly in the long river of history. They were dazzling and brilliant, and their legendary experiences caused future generations to reminisce, revere, and yearn for them. Change form immortal GU was one of the most important characters among them. It rose and fell along with these experts. In history, change form immortal GU had been destroyed dozens of times. Then, it was refined many times by others. Most of the time, it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form immortal GU rarely appeared in history. 8 transformation immortal GU were even rarer. They could be counted on one hand. Because the higher the rank of the immortal GU, the harder it was to refine. Not to mention the low success rate, the immortal materials needed to refine it were also rarer and more expensive. Thinking about the current old ancestor Shui who, in order to refine rank 8 immortal GU, fortune rivaling heaven, he spent almost all of his fortune to prepare immortal materials. He even ordered Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands demonic path GU immortals to search for immortal materials for him. From this, one could see the terrifying price of refining a rank 8 immortal GU. Fortunately, Fang Yuan only wanted to refine the rank 6 change form immortal GU. He had the immortal GU recipe, and the possibility of change form immortal GU being refined was very small. The immortal materials were also almost ready. This was mainly because of Lang Ya Blessed Land's abundant immortal material reserves, and Fang Yuan did not have to pay a single cent for these immortal materials. Because of thieving heaven demon Venerable and long hair ancestors' agreement, Land Spirit of Langya would refine GU for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. Mortal GU could guarantee success, but immortal GU could not. This was the 3rd time. And the last time. It is a pity. Back then, you had invincible Tao marks. It was almost certain that you would succeed in refining change form immortal GU. Why did you rebirth at the most crucial moment of the GU refinement? Land Spirit of Langya felt it was a pity as he recalled it. Fang Yuan had told Land Spirit of Langya about many things. After all, his secrets were already exposed. Even if Land Spirit of Langya did not know, he would find out from the outside world. I was used by Spectral Soul during my rebirth, but now that I think about it, there are still many suspicious points. Fang Yuan frowned. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have invincible Tao marks, I inherited my main body and have the hairy man's unique natural GU refinement method. This method can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the GU refinement. Even though there are calamities and tribulations, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, all these years, my Lang Ya blessed land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations, gaining a vast number of refinement path Tao marks. Together with the effect of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of successfully refining change form Immortal GU on the first try. However, to be safe, Fang Yuan, you will need to participate in this GU refinement. You are the owner of Dogshit Luck Immortal GU now. You can use your strong luck to increase the success rate of the GU refinement. Looking at the refinement process, the interior rain is the first hurdle. Over the next few days, use this basin of interior rain to practice. Luck path assisted GU refinement, there were often miraculous effects. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to forcefully refine an 88-point Shenyang Tower. Among them, Luck path assisted them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to refine a Space Escape Immortal GU, but they could not use it yet. Looking at the whole picture, it was clear that Theft Path was not as helpful as Luck Path in GU refinement. Next, the Land Spirit of Langya taught Fang Yuan some of the profundities of the Hairy Man Nature GU refinement method, as well as some precious GU refinement methods, and even many mortal killer moves for GU refinement. Of course, these things were not free, they were deducted from Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Even so, Fang Yuan accepted them happily. This generation's Land Spirit of Langya was inferior to the previous one in terms of GU refinement, but he was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. His GU refinement attainment was much higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan could be said to have met a great teacher. Many of his refinement path doubts and problems were cleared. Those precious GU refinement methods and killer moves that had been lost for a long time. Fang Yuan benefited greatly from them. The Hairy Man Nature GU refinement method was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. He felt that if he mastered this method, it would be far superior to the isolation GU refinement method of human. Interestingly enough, while Fang Yuan was pondering refinement path, he was not able to do so. His younger brother was also studying refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Jing was sitting cross-legged in a courtyard of Black Hair Continent's imperial capital, fiddling with the three-colored flame in his hand. Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind emphasized, in tomorrow's competition, the enemy is very strong. Fang Jing, although you have rank 5 cultivation level, you lack usable GU worms. You are also a pure human GU master. You are being ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine GU yourself. Tonight, you must refine the rank 5 river swallowing toad. Only then can you restrain the enemy's water path methods. I know, can you shut up? Fang Jing snorted coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan's fake will stopped speaking, but soon, the three-colored flame in Fang Jing's hand collapsed. Fang Jing coughed out a mouthful of blood. The GU refinement failure caused him to suffer internal injuries. Hee hee. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed coldly. My foolish brother. You are still as useless as before. This is only the start of the GU refinement, but you have already failed at the third step. Fang Jing's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He could not refute it. He could only remain silent and sit cross-legged again, silently activating his GU worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan's fake will said again, being useless is not a big deal, everyone starts from being weak and useless, they grow up and become strong. But the point is, if you don't admit your weakness, if you don't realize your own incompetence, then there is no saving you. The GU materials you prepared can only attempt the GU refinement 3 times at most. This time, you have just started and you have already failed. Without my help, how can you refine the river swallowing toad? Hee hee, tomorrow's battle. Regardless of life or death, Even if you beg for mercy, the other party will not let you off. You are indeed hopeless. Fang Jing flew into a rage out of humiliation, shouting in his heart, "My death is my problem, you are too noisy, shut up." Fang Yuan's fake will said eerily, "What do you have to do with what I say? You think I care about you, about your life? Mate, little brother, you are still as naive and ignorant as before. I only want revenge, you are only a tool for me to take revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will never become yours." Fang Jing's reply was resolute. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed loudly, "You have no choice, even if you are not willing, what can you do? Ever since you joined the martial competition, you have been advancing and killing many hairy man GU masters, it is all for my revenge. Tonight, you need to listen to my guidance to succeed in the GU refinement. You also need to listen to my guidance, otherwise, you will die tomorrow." Fang Jing's expression was ashen, but he did not retort. He clenched his fists, falling into a deathly silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine the GU again. Fang Yuan slowly gave pointers. Fang Jing did not say a word, but followed Fang Yuan's instructions without going against them. Finally, when the night sky brightened, Fang Jing succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud cover continent. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The interior rain in front of him was finally processed by him, it seemed to have frozen, turning into an almost transparent green jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this state was not as simple as freezing. There were more than 50 steps involved, over 20 GU refinement methods and 13 mortal refinement path killer moves were used. Moreover, the GU refinement GU immortal had to complete it within 5 minutes. After Fang Yuan wasted 3 pots, he finally had some success with the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a fake will flew in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it. After confirming it was harmless, he kept the fake will in his mind. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. In order to survive, Fang Jing can only act according to my will. Even though he hates me to the core, he can only do this to survive. Every time he relies on my guidance to survive, he feels humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens the first time, the rest will follow naturally. As the number of times increases, he will gradually become numb, and even get used to my existence, relying on my help. At that time, it will be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current state of mind is far from being qualified. He needs more training. Chapter 1073. Blood deity was only one of Fang Yuan's long-term plans. Fang Jing was the second part of this plan. The first part of this plan was to refine blood deity immortal GU. This immortal GU was something that Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life. In order to obtain the immortal GU remnant recipe, he even went to find trouble with vicious lightning fiend. Only after refining blood deity immortal GU could he kill his kin and refine a blood deity. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the blood deity immortal GU recipe, it was only 70% of the remnant recipe. When he was an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and energy to complete this immortal GU recipe. But now, after Fang Yuan revived, Wisdom GU could not use the light of wisdom anymore. Even if I do not use the light of wisdom, with my blood path and wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce the blood deity immortal GU recipe. But the time and energy I have to waste is not as efficient as using the light of wisdom. Even if I refine the blood deity immortal GU recipe, to kill Fang Jing and refine a blood deity, I will need to teach him a lesson and make him not hate me anymore. Because the blood deity refined from hatred will turn on the master, it is like a double-edged sword, it can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself if one is not careful. Actually, there were many ways to influence a person's feelings or feelings towards another person in the world of GU masters. Wisdom path had countless methods, and emotion path was the best at this. Fang Yuan had many of these methods. As long as he was willing, he only needed to use one of them to make Fang Jing submit and be loyal to him. But this way, Fang Jing would only be influenced by external forces and his true intentions would be obscured. And when he was killed? When refining a blood deity, Using these wisdom path methods would erase all the wisdom path Dao marks on his body. Only the purest blood path Dao marks would be left. This way, Fangzheng's true intentions would recover. Fang Yuan could only teach it slowly. Only by completely changing Fangzheng's heart and mind would he be able to refine a blood god that met his standards. Obviously, Fangzheng's training was a long process. Blood deity's immortal Jiyu recipe was still far from completion. At least Fang Yuan had no time to care about it now. Not to mention, after perfecting the blood deity immortal Jiyu recipe, he would need to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than the other sects. Blood path Jiyu worms had a characteristic: the cost of refining them was very low. These factors determined that the refinement of the blood god's son could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he approached step by step and didn't give up, persevering, there would come a time when he would complete it. What Fang Yuan was doing now was taking advantage of his busy schedule. He took the time to train Fang Yuan and approached his goal step by step. You can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, and you can't form a river without accumulating water droplets. After understanding Fangzheng's situation, Fang Yuan activated the Jiyu worm again. A fake will was produced and flew away from him. This fake will would even fly into Fangzheng's mind to replenish the wear and tear of the fake will from before. Several days passed. Fang Yuan's handling of the interior rain had reached the acme of perfection. Land Spirit of Langya gave him another set of immortal materials. It allowed him to familiarize and train his Jiyu refinement methods. This was Fang Yuan's main focus. He placed it here in preparation for refining the immortal Jiyu change form. When he had free time, he would pay attention to the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the changes and managing the immortal aperture. At the Jiyu master cultivation stage, they needed to nurture their aperture and produce prime val essence to activate Jiyu worms. But be it Jiyu worms, Jiyu materials, or Yuan stone, these cultivation resources of Jiyu masters all depended on the outside world. At the Jiyu immortal cultivation stage, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and it was very safe and reliable. It was not like the outside world's resources, which needed Jiyu immortals to guard and prevent others from stealing them. The immortal aperture was the safest production base for Jiyu immortals. If they managed it well, it would be a huge help to the Jiyu immortal. It was their main source of support. Because the Dao marks were the same, it could produce the most suitable cultivation resources for the Jiyu immortal. It could help the Jiyu immortal feed Jiyu. Foreign trade could help the Jiyu immortal earn more immortal Yuan stone. It could even create new wild immortal Jiyu in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. It had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it created by spectral soul, or was it formed naturally? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, sovereign immortal fetus Jiyu was not created by him. He was only a lucky person who obtained the final results. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to name the parts. He directly copied the names of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only adding a small word in front. For example, Kokitahara, Mini Eastern Sea, and so on. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan gradually discovered some small secrets of the sovereign immortal aperture. He found that the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in terms of structure, the environment was also very similar. For example, Kokitahara was a flat grassland. There were more wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Or Mini Western Desert, most of the fire path Dao marks were in this area. Southern border had more earth path Dao marks. There were also a portion of poison path Dao marks. After discovering this, Fang Yuan distributed the cultivation resources that he had accumulated earlier. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in Mini Western Desert. He placed the dragonfish in Mini Eastern Sea. The regretful spiders were placed in Mini Southern Border. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were placed in Mini Blue Heaven. As for Kokitahara, there were a large number of snow monsters. These were left behind from the first earthly calamity. There were a large number of desolate beast snow monsters. and even ancient desolate beast-level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time to deal with these snow monsters, he put them aside for now. After all, Kokotahara was empty, there were no other precious resources. He let these snow monsters move around for now. Kokotahara was huge, the snow monsters could not penetrate aperture walls like ruin bats. Air bubblefish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, dead eggs of worldly sand gull, a small amount of oil water, rockmen, a small bludgy forest, a small area of mirror willows, and so on were all arranged properly. While Fang Yuan was tempering his GU refinement technique, he also spent some of his energy. He took care of these resources. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were moved into mini blue heaven. But the production of GU worms was falling sharply. And the eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish were also falling slightly. Only the daily production of regretful spiders was at the same level as before. There was no helping it. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture had great prospects and unlimited potential, it had only gone through one earthly calamity currently. It had Dao marks of all paths, but most of them only had around 100 Dao marks. Regretful spiders relied on wisdom path Dao marks, dragonfish relied on food path and water path Dao marks, and eerie fire dragon pythons relied on fire path Dao marks in their environment. Arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass had star path mortal GU production. Star path Dao marks. Earlier, these resources were placed in Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land. The former had gone through 5 or 6 earthly calamities, it had a lot of Dao marks, fire path and water path Dao marks surpassed the current sovereign immortal aperture. Star form blessed land itself focused on star path, the sovereign immortal aperture could not compare to it in this aspect. But in the sovereign immortal aperture, not all paths only had around 100 Dao marks. Chi path Dao marks were a level higher. This was because Fang Yuan was in southern borders 5 regional mountain range. He killed the Chi path GU immortal Chi Zai and obtained his Chi path Dao marks. But Chi path Dao marks were not the highest, most were ice and snow path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had gone through his first earthly calamity not long ago, it was not accurate to call it an earthly calamity. All in all, it had terrifying power, it surpassed even the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had to go hand in hand with fortune and disaster. Calamities and tribulations were powerful. After passing them, the GU immortal would gain more benefits. The benefits here were the Dao marks. Fang Yuan obtained a large number of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. He obtained a large number of Dao marks. Among them, ice and snow path Dao marks were the most, followed by strength path and transformation path Dao marks. The latter 2 Dao marks. They were inferior to Chi path Dao marks. After all, Chi path Dao marks were accumulated by rank 7 GU immortal Chi Zai's entire life, while strength path and transformation path Dao marks were obtained by Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity. These Dao marks had already started to affect Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The other 4 regions were not affected yet, but in Kokotahara, a huge snowfield had already formed, and the edges of the snowfield were still spreading. This environment was enough for Fang Yuan to transplant many cold-resistant plants, it was enough for them to grow. Like in the past, after several earthly calamities, Hu immortal blessed land's environment was improved, Hu immortal could transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flower, and others. One of the main methods of managing an immortal aperture was to adapt to the local conditions. To refine change form immortal GU, Fang Yuan was actively making preparations. Meanwhile, in central continent, Ying Wuxie and the rest were not idle. They had already obtained the light of the immemorial era. According to the immortal GU recipe, they started to gather other immortal materials. They used their own treasures to settle a small portion, but there were still many that needed to be traded with the outside world. Ying Wuxie inherited the remnant forces of Central Continent's Shadow Sect. He was also the leader of Defy, so his priority was to exchange resources internally with Defy. They negotiated and haggled, before making transactions one after another. GU immortals chased after benefits, Defy's structure was loose, the transactions of immortal materials were not smooth. Because of this, Ying Wuxie and He Lulan were almost at their wits' end. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunsheng were not suitable for haggling. After putting in a lot of effort, Ying Wuxie finally gathered 3 complete sets of GU refinement materials. Yu Mu Chun is already dead. I can only give up on the hairy man natural style and use the human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. The success rate of this method is very low. 3 sets of immortal materials are not enough. It is not safe. Ying Wuxie did not stop buying. To refine GU, he and the other 3 immortals took a risk and returned to Earth Abyss. The super GU formation that Shadow Sect set up in Earth Abyss was very helpful for GU refinement. When Ying Wuxie gathered 6 complete sets of immortal materials through Defy, an accident occurred. One of Defy's members, the demonic path GU immortal Gong Sun Liang, who was hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Celestial Court's GU immortal. Gong Sun Liang asked for help from Defy, and Defy immediately fell into a huge commotion. Gong Sun Liang had hidden himself very well, but he was actually captured. And most importantly, Celestial Court personally made a move. This was shocking. Most of Defy's members were oppressed and ostracized by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They had secretly formed an alliance to survive. And the 10 great ancient sects were only subordinate sects of Celestial Court. Facing the colossus that was Celestial Court, Defy's members were in danger. They were afraid that Gong Sun Liang would expose clues and implicate them. Damned Celestial Court! Ying Wuxie could only curse at this. Because of this, Defy's other members went into hiding. They did not dare to communicate with him, let alone trade immortal materials. Ying Wuxie knew that they were not only afraid of Celestial Court, they were also suspicious of him, the boss. After all, some time ago, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal GU to Ying Wuxie. Now that he was killed, the immortal GU was still in Ying Wuxie's hands. Was it because he was greedy for immortal GU, so the boss purposely did not save him? This question was a huge blow to the boss reputation. Gong Sun Liang's capture directly cut off Ying Wuxie's best way to gather immortal materials. Without a choice, they could only use Jewel Yellow Skies. This was the largest trading market in the 5 regions. But the fees were very high, and it was not confidential. It was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, Ying Wuxie and the rest would not use this route. Gong Sun Liang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ying Wuxie was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory. Even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Shi Nu was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had just ascended to immortal. Their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Ying Wuxie was lacking in money. He could only split $1 into 2. This way, he would haggle over every penny. Who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him? Eventually, when Ying Wuxie used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of GU refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness. His eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Yitian Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal GU, they would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies. It would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Ying Wuxie and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory. They had nothing to do. This time, I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Ying Wuxie was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Fang Yuan's side was very comfortable. Fang Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langya. Even if the first refinement failed, they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the second and third refinement, Fang Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Fang Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. The flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. But only a portion of these resources were sold by Fang Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan had purposely pawned Danghun Mountain. Anyway, Fang Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langya extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langya was a little worried that the first GU refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Danghun Mountain? Chapter 1074. Several days later, in the depths of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shi Enyu returned from outside, reporting to Ying Wuxie, "Master, old slave has already investigated. Because of the super collapse, there was a huge commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent 3 GU immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, old slave has already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 groups of desolate beasts to the collapsed area. Adding on the appearance of wild immortal GU, these 3 GU immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will definitely be very busy." Shi Enyu was a rockman. This kind of variant human had Earth Path Dao marks to begin with. With Shi Enyu's Earth Path cultivation level, he was like a fish in water in Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxie nodded. "You did well in this matter. But providence is everywhere, we cannot be careless. Maybe when I refine GU, providence will affect these GU immortals and make them come here, spoiling Shadow Sect's plans." Shi Enyu thought about it. Master is right. But in this direction, we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they break through the obstruction of the beast groups and come here, we will have enough time to react. Ying Wuxie shook his head. "You have not seen the true power of providence. It does not only affect GU immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At that crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might also attack." Shi Enyu's expression changed. "If the desolate beast groups attack, what should we do?" The implication was that his previous preparations to lure in the beast groups, wasn't that just shooting himself in the foot? "No matter. My reliance is not on these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts, but on this super GU formation. It is this super GU formation," Ying Wuxie said as light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. "This could be said to be the safest place in Central Continent at the moment. This super GU formation covered all aspects. Not only could it conceal providence and defend against Wisdom Path GU Immortals deductions, it also had extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities, as well as the miraculous effect of GU refinement. Spectral Soul continued to devour souls in the door of life and death. He took the cultivation memories and experiences of countless GU Immortals as his own. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive. His aptitude and aptitude were at the peak. A lot of formation path and refinement path experiences were absorbed by Spectral Soul. It saved him a lot of time and energy, allowing him to push his formation path, refinement path, and many other paths to the level of a great Grandmaster. And this super GU formation was personally designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ying Wuxie was using this super GU formation to refine GU. It was a wise move. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts attacked, he could use the super GU formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to attack the super GU formation and temporarily increase the power of the GU formation. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything like shooting oneself in the foot. Shi Enyu's worries were superfluous, because although he had lived here for a long time, he did not know about this GU formation's marvelous use and battle ability. "I did not destroy the spring-autumn cicada, this GU has providence residing in it." Thus, the location of the super GU formation was already known by providence. But it doesn't matter, even if the rank 8 GU immortals of the Celestial Court come to attack, I have the confidence to defend this place for some time. Moreover, Heaven Overseeing Tower is already destroyed. Even with Fate GU, the possibility of the Celestial Court finding this place is too small. Ying Wuxie did not give up on Spring-Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fang Yuan could use Spring-Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan. Then why couldn't he, Ying Wuxie, use Spring-Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Providence was vast and mighty. It cared about balance and did not hold grudges. Whoever threatened heaven and earth, or threatened the survival of other life forms, Providence would target them. Right now, Providence's main target was Fang Yuan. But not Ying Wuxie. Thus, even Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Providence, was of great help to Ying Wuxie. Moreover, in Ying Wuxie's plan, he intended to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and get rid of the Providence inside, truly making this legendary immortal GU his. However, these were all part of his later plans. Right now, all of Ying Wuxie's thoughts were placed on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal GU was the key to breaking out of his predicament. With this immortal GU, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea, or a tiger returning to the mountains. There is no time to lose. We will start refining Spring-Autumn Cicada now. Shen, don't resist. I will activate the GU formation and move you to the formation core. You will assist me in refining the GU. Ying Wuxie ordered. Yes, master, old slave will do her best. I will not regret it even if I die. Shen quickly accepted the order. After arranging Shen, Ying Wuxie also entered the most central formation core. As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, they had already been placed in the other two formation cores. Although it was only rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this GU refinement not only concerned the future of Shadow Sect, it even faintly affected the situation of the 5 regions. It had great significance. The GU refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Lang Ye Blessed Land. Change Form Immortal GU also began its first attempt at refinement. Fang Yuan stood on Cloud Cover Continent, waiting with a solemn expression as he looked up at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was no longer as sage-like as before. It was mighty and majestic, its muscles bulged and its body was covered in black hair. It floated in the sky with its head raised like a demon god. It opened its mouth and roared. The roar shook heaven and earth, even the clouds could be seen. Traces of light seemed to have been lit up by the roar, spreading over a range of tens of li. Most of these Dao marks are refinement path Dao marks. They are excellent for assisting in GU refinement. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth and introduced proudly. It roared again. Along with the roar, lumps of light appeared in the sky, each shining with dazzling colors that dazzled people's eyes. What is happening in the sky? Look, the immortals have appeared again. Not long ago, it was the 7-colored heavenly pillar. This time, it is the sky full of colorful stars. What a magnificent sight. For a time, the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents on the surface of the sea were filled with excited voices. From the beggars to the nobles, all of them raised their heads and looked at the starlight in the sky with burning and yearning gazes. Every star is emitting dense immortal GU aura. It seems that these are components of the immortal GU house refinement cauldron. Fang Yuan spoke, asking in a guessing tone. The land spirit of Langya nodded, saying regretfully, "You guessed correctly. It is a pity that many of the core immortal GU are lost now. If refinement cauldron was complete, the possibility of refining change form immortal GU would be 60%. But so what if it is lost? I do not intend to repair refinement cauldron, so what if it is complete? True strength does not lie in immortal GU. It lies in the GU immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am going to start." At this moment, the Dao marks in the surrounding 100 li were all lit up. The stars in the sky were shining with colorful lights. The land spirit of Langya was hovering in the sky. Countless GU worms flew around him. Large numbers of mortal GU materials were refined by him in an instant. The speed was so fast that Fang Yuan felt dazzled just by looking at it. After a while, the land spirit of Langya growled, "It is your turn." In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed. He replaced the land spirit of Langya's position, floating in the sky. And the land spirit of Langya was standing at the place where he had just stood, looking up at him. It turned out that in this GU refinement, the land spirit of Langya had used a dual immortal GU refinement method according to the situation. The land spirit of Langya was in charge of the hairy man GU refinement method, while Fang Yuan was in charge of several important immortal materials in the process. There was no clear difference in priority between the two, they were both equally important. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. While in the sky, he immediately waved his hands, taking out a large basin of interior rain and started to refine it. The land spirit of Langya watched for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Fang Yuan was calm in the face of danger, his foundation was solid, there was a trace of indescribable profundity in his skillful methods. This lad is worthy of being reborn, with his previous life's experience, his refinement path attainment is about to reach Grandmaster level. But it will not be easy to take this step. The land spirit of Langya evaluated in his mind. The GU refinement proceeded smoothly. All the steps were done in an orderly manner. Even if there were some accidents, they were small and not worth worrying about. Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya had made sufficient preparations. Moreover, there were people like Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya. They could not be considered weak refinement path experts, they could be said to be experts working together. Thus, it was not strange for them to have such progress. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land spirit of Langya and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest, all their efforts turned into an incomplete immortal GU. The land spirit of Langya was overjoyed, it seems that the first GU refinement is likely to succeed, as long as there are no mistakes in the last few steps. He had not finished his words. There was a loud rumble in the sky, thunder rumbled like a drum, resounding everywhere. The immortal GU was about to be formed, the tribulation was about to descend. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still as steady as before, controlling a special ice flame to roast the incomplete immortal GU. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal goose tribulation, it is nothing. What? The land spirit of Langya's tone suddenly became high-pitched, like a rooster whose throat was being grabbed. His eyes were wide open, looking at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky in shock. The tribulation had not erupted yet, but its might and aura had already surpassed the rank 6 standard in the memories of the land spirit of Langya. In fact, even the standard of a rank 7 immortal GU could not compare to this tribulation lightning. How can this be? The land spirit of Langya could not understand, he shouted angrily. First Supreme Elder, take charge of the GU refinement, I will deal with this immortal tribulation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, no. Most importantly, you cannot leave, your dogshit luck path can protect the immortal GU. Let me deal with this tribulation, boys, form the ancient battle formation with me, the land spirit of Langya shouted. As he shouted, close to 10 hairy man GU immortals flew to his side. Silver light flashed, a tall and arrogant silver giant appeared. The number 2 ancient battle formation in the world, heavenly giant solar, central continent, earth abyss. Huff huff huff. Ying Wuxie breathed roughly, his eyes were bloodshot, he was like a pitiful gambler who was about to lose everything and wanted to win back his losses. Half a month ago, he had tried to refine fixed immortal travel, up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 more chances. I have the GU formation's help, but I still failed 8 times. The success rate of the human isolation style GU refinement method is not as high as the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Yu Mu Chun reappears, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Providence also wants to get rid of me, once I give Providence a chance, it will use the tribulation to show its might. If a random tribulation happens to counter the super GU formation, it will be troublesome. Chapter 1075. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds continued to resounding in the sky of cloud cover continent, it was deafening. This is heavenly drum thunder tribulation. Within the silver giant formed by the ancient battle formation heavenly giant solar, land spirit of Langya shouted. His face was filled with shock and confusion. This heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder rumbles, formless lightning will form, It will directly affect the GU Immortal's body and destroy their internal organs. It has the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. It is also sound path and lightning path compatible. Ordinary GU Immortals cannot defend against it. They will most likely die if they encounter this tribulation. But Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, our world is covered in refinement path Dao marks, it is the best defense. Furthermore, I have my own methods to counter it. As long as I, Heavenly Giant Solar, am around, you will be safe. In a hurry, Land Spirit of Langya transmitted to Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation and fail the GU refinement. Even though Land Spirit of Langya wanted Danghun Mountain, if Fang Yuan failed the GU refinement, it would be a huge problem. But Land Spirit of Langya was a man of his word. This GU refinement was the agreement between thieving heaven demon Venerable and long-hair ancestor. He had to help Fang Yuan with all his strength. He did not have any ulterior motives. Fang Yuan floated in the air, turning a deaf ear to the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm, his mind was also as calm as ice. Land Spirit of Langya's worries were unnecessary. Fang Yuan had been through countless battles. He had been through the 5 regions chaotic war and the Battle of Yitian Mountain. He was immune to these disturbances. He was not flustered, his fingers moved like flowers blooming. He advanced the GU refinement steadily. Boom boom boom. With every rumble of thunder, the silver giant Heavenly Giant Solar's body shook slightly. The hairy man GU Immortals in the battle formation were all frustrated. All of them felt irritated and irritable, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. I have a move that counters sound path. Look at my immortal killer move, Silence of Heaven and Earth. The silver giant suddenly burst forth with boundless radiance. The silvery white light was very dazzling, like a fragment of the sun. Fang Yuan closed his eyes in time. He had already activated several defensive killer moves. A silver light suddenly appeared, then rotated to style_text and disappeared without a trace. The world was silent. There was no more sound of thunder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and countless bolts of lightning flickered in the clouds. But every time, the thunder that accompanied the lightning would disappear completely. After a long while, the sound of thunder gradually grew louder and louder. Even if your heavenly drum thunder tribulation scale is increased by more than 10 times, it cannot interfere with this GU refinement. The Land Spirit of Langya had just spoken with a smug tone when the dark clouds in the sky rapidly changed. Countless blue balls of light shot out of the dark clouds. Each ball of light was a blue charm shadow. This was a lightning fairy with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 GU immortal. Back when Immortal Fox underwent her tribulation, he was killed by a blue charm shadow. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing 20 blue charm shadows. The Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open as he shouted, "What's going on? Why is there a second blue charm shadow tribulation? And the scale has increased by 20 times. Even though the Land Spirit of Langya had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable, he could not help but be moved. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This scene was so similar to his tribulation not long ago. My first earthly calamity. Calamities and tribulations are so terrifying that they surpass heavenly tribulations. This time, change form immortal GU is the same. 20 blue charm shadows appeared at once. If I had encountered this during the earthly calamity, I would have died without a doubt. Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi formed into several iron crown eagles, and 2 or 3 ancient ruin bats. He even encountered many ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of scale, his first earthly calamity was naturally stronger. Fang Yuan barely passed it. But if the earthly calamity he encountered was these 20 blue charm shadows, he would have no chance of survival. When he was undergoing the earthly calamity, the ancient ruin bats had not formed for long. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He used his full strength to destroy these earthly calamities. Fang Yuan was strong in offense and weak in defense. He was making full use of his strengths. But against 20 blue charm shadows, it was a different story. The blue charm shadows were extremely fast. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 6 GU immortals. Even if Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave, he might not be able to hit them. Fang Yuan had many rank 7 and 8 immortal GU, but they were not defensive immortal GU. Fang Yuan's offense was strong, but his defensive methods were too weak. He was countered by the blue charm shadows. In the end, I developed too quickly. My foundation is not stable, I have many shortcomings. Fang Yuan had this thought. Actually, he had already discovered this problem. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, time was too tight, he had no time to make up for these shortcomings. 20 blue charm shadows shot towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. They were fast like lightning, they only left behind several blue marks in Fang Yuan's eyes before they got close. Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously, using an immortal killer move. The silver giant's body shined with light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 times its original size. The silver giant's body was huge to begin with. After this transformation, it turned into a heavenly pillar that stood on cloud cover continent and had an immortal aperture above its head. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook. It used an immortal killer move again. The blue charm shadows had already gotten close to Fang Yuan, but suddenly, a huge wall of light appeared in front of it. It crashed into it and was repelled. After getting out of trouble, the silver giant stretched out its hands. Its 10 fingers formed a ball, wrapping Fang Yuan in its palms. The space between its hands was huge. It covered several li of space around Fang Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against the blue charm shadows, it will obstruct your GU refinement. You need to be careful. There might be intense fluctuations coming towards you. If you cannot stabilize yourself, the GU refinement will fail miserably. Land Spirit of Langya transmitted again. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak. He had a solemn expression. He was refining GU now. There were countless refinement path Dao marks around him. There was also refinement cauldron in the sky. But the battle between the silver giant and the blue charm shadows. It would interfere with the Dao marks and cause countless tremors. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It was extremely disadvantageous to him. If he made any mistakes, all his efforts would be wasted. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booming sounds could be heard. They entered Fang Yuan's ears. The blue charm shadows were like a swarm of blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking the giant's hands. They were very fast, but the silver giant was very clumsy. You fools! Land Spirit of Langya scolded. He had to protect Fang Yuan, he had to keep his hands stable at all times, he could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm shadows could only be left to the other hairy man GU immortals. But these hairy man GU immortals had low battle strength, they could not control the giant well. Even though they tried their best, many of their immortal killer moves failed. Even if they succeeded, it would be reflected to the outside world with a huge commotion, but the results would be minimal. After fighting for a long time, only one of the blue charm shadows dissipated. This was the luck of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Land Spirit of Langya did not even have the energy to curse anymore. This time, it might not be good. He was filled with worry. The silver giant was formed from heavenly giant solar, it had expanded by more than 10 times, its defense was not as good as before. It could only take a beating, the blue charm shadows were bombarding it. It was getting thinner, it was almost transparent. And even though Fang Yuan stabilized the situation, because of the outside world's interference, his speed fell. Lang Ya Land Spirit estimated based on his speed. The silver giant would not be able to last until then. He could not spare any attention now, while Fang Yuan was completely focused on the GU refinement, he could not leave to fight. Without any external interference. It could be said that his defeat was already set. Thankfully, this is my first attempt. Even if I fail, I still have the capital. Fang Yuan had a good attitude. His attitude was also very proper. When refining immortal GU, who would dare to hope to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could accept failure, but in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Ying Wuxie was already at the end of his rope. This is the last time, this is the final immortal material, I cannot fail again. Ying Wuxie was sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth. He was like a lone wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Once he failed, It would be very difficult for him to gather more immortal materials. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. Even if there are repercussions, I need to get through this first. Ying Wuxie made up his mind. He activated an immortal killer move. Boundless pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul started to turn into fuel, rapidly being expended. At the same time, his luck started to rise rapidly. My main body had once explored 88-point Zhenyang Tower and created this killer move. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 Soul Howl GU not long ago. I can use it after modifying some mortal GU. A resolute look flashed in Ying Wuxie's eyes. He staked it all on this. He wanted to use a huge amount of luck to help him refine fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time, he screamed in his heart. Inside Lang Ya Blessed Land, it was already in danger. The silver giant was extremely weak. It was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man GU immortals inside the giant were even more injured. Some of their heart meridians were broken. They were coughing out blood. Some had already fainted. Some were trembling intensely, foaming at the mouth. They formed the ancient battle formation. The damage to the ancient battle formation was reflected on them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fang Yuan or Land Spirit of Langya, they were already in despair. For the second GU refinement, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style anymore. Fang Yuan swore in his heart. He now felt that the human isolation style was very amiable. We are actually going to fail this time. We are ruining the reputation of Lang Ya Blessed Land. It is all because the calamities and tribulations increased so much for no reason. Land Spirit of Langya was also furious. Alright, it is time to stop. GU Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Lang Ya Blessed Land. There were 3 of them originally, but now, he was the only one left. He was the one who contacted Ying Wuxie secretly, leaking information about the Blessed Land and Fang Yuan to the latter. In this battle against the Blue Charm Lightning Shadows, he had put in a lot of effort. It was naturally all destruction. From the perspective of Shadow Sect, he naturally did not want to see Fang Yuan refine change form immortal GU. For the final attack, I will use the killer move Warrior's Arm, Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Although this move was very powerful, it would greatly weaken the silver giant's body. Right now, the silver giant was on the verge of collapse. Warrior's Arm would definitely break apart. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation will collapse. Not only will Fang Yuan's GU refinement fail, the backlash of the battle formation will also take the lives of many hairy man GU immortals. If I survive, I will be entrusted with more responsibility. This is amazing, amazing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The traitor Sixth Hair decisively used Warrior's Arm. One of the silver giant's arms separated from its body. As it fell down, it shined with a bright light. Oh no! Which idiot! Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He was about to curse. Suddenly, this broken arm was hit by another immortal killer move. The explosive force was completely absorbed and sent far away. Boom! With a loud sound, an earth-shattering explosion happened. It also affected the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm shadows were flying in all directions. Coincidentally, most of them had gathered together at that moment. They had been hit by the explosion and were all destroyed in an instant. An astonishing result. Fang Yuan stared blankly. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. This works? Land Spirit of Langya was also dumbfounded. After a while, he shouted, "Good job." After this change, the silver giant broke apart. The hairy man GU immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation changed drastically. But Land Spirit of Langya alone was enough to defend against these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was filled with regret. He wanted to make a move, but Land Spirit of Langya ordered him to take care of the other hairy man GU immortals. An hour later, Fang Yuan held on to change form immortal GU that was still warm from the refinement. He could not believe it himself. He succeeded on his first try. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Goo. Ying Wuxie coughed out blood. He fell backwards. His expression was pale as paper. He fainted. The final refinement of fixed immortal travel failed again. Chapter 1076. The butterfly fluttered its wings, flying high and low. Its exquisite and graceful butterfly tail sprinkled specks of emerald green light in the air. Eventually, it landed on Fairy Myrtle's white and slender index finger. Fairy Myrtle looked at this jade butterfly with a deep gaze. She smiled and said softly, "This is fixed immortal travel." "That's right." An old GU immortal beside her replied expressionlessly. This old granny had a hunched back, she had yellow hair that resembled straw, her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe, there was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. Fairy Myrtle turned around and thanked sincerely. "This is just a rank 6 immortal GU, it actually troubled a refinement path great-grandmaster like Granny Shaw to make it, it is its honor." This old GU immortal was a member of Celestial Court, she had just woken up. Her cultivation level was rank 8, she was thousands of years old, the details could not be verified. Celestial Court had many such old antiques, but a refinement path great-grandmaster was very rare. Fairy Myrtle knew more. She was a wisdom path GU immortal, she could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Shaw in front of her did not have much lifespan left, she had to hibernate in Celestial Court to delay her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation, they had feelings for each other when they were young. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself. This news finally alerted Granny Shaw, she ended her hibernation and woke up. Granny Shaw looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Myrtle's hands, she sighed deeply. "I am an old woman whose body is lying in a coffin, what honor is there to talk about? Can I really help you capture that Fang Yuan by refining fixed immortal travel?" Refining fixed immortal travel required the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By now, ordinary GU immortals could not gather it, but Celestial Court was an exception. This was the #1 GU immortal organization in the world. Since its establishment in the primordial era, it had always firmly occupied the top position, overlooking the river of history and looking down on the heroes of the 5 regions. The Wind Cloud Manor was just one of the 10 lower sects of the Celestial Court. There was Primeval light in the treasury. Naturally, the Celestial Court had even more in its own storehouse. Thus, Granny Shaw directly rushed to refine fixed immortal travel, not worrying about a shortage of immortal materials. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court, which had stood for more than 3 million years since ancient times. Facing Granny Shaw's question, Fairy Myrtle smiled and answered, "This is the result of my divination, I'm 60% sure." A peculiar light flashed in Granny Shaw's eyes. "You and that heaven supervising ghost are wisdom path GU immortals on par with each other, with 60% certainty, there is a need to try." Fairy Myrtle nodded lightly. "Speaking of which, I was lucky to be able to deduce it. I recently received a few crucial clues. It was no secret that Fang Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada and other GU. Not long ago, we captured a demonic path GU immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We found out that the boss of the organization had borrowed GU from him. Later, we deduced that Fang Yuan could appear in several places, Pot River was one of them. Coincidentally, Wind Cloud Manor's GU immortal, Feng Chanzi, secretly sold the light of the immemorial era to outsiders from the sect's treasury. So, you deduced that Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel has been destroyed, right? Granny Shaw asked. It is only a possibility, but from the results, it should be true. Fairy Myrtle answered. That Fang Yuan has many immortal GU. Spring-autumn cicada is sealed, and fixed immortal travel is in our hands. This way, it will be much easier to capture him. Granny Shaw said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing, actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is just a rank 6 immortal GU, there are too many ways to deal with it. That's right. Granny Shaw agreed, it is almost impossible to advance fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8, because it uses too much light of the immemorial era. Even if we take all the light of the immemorial era from the Celestial Court's treasury, we can only try 3 times. We can only try to advance to rank 7 3 times. Rank 8 fixed immortal travel is already extinct. The light of the immemorial era could be obtained as much as one wanted in the immemorial antiquity era, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. And fixed immortal travel needed the light of the immemorial era. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not carry rank 7 GU immortals, not to mention rank 8 GU immortals. These GU immortals had abundant Tao marks on them. Fixed immortal travel needed to carry them. It was like a baby carrying an elephant. Unless they were spacepath GU immortals, or used special immortal killer moves. But such situations were rare. In conclusion, fixed immortal travel was limited to rank 6, even though it was powerful, it had little use on rank 7 and 8 GU immortals. Granny Shaw continued, actually, in the history of the Celestial Court, they had possessed fixed immortal travel several times. Most of the time, they were given to lower sects to use, but they lost it due to tribulations or other reasons. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of a GU immortal from the Celestial Court, Liang, and even advanced to rank 7. This person also cultivated spacepath, but back then, when the immemorial desolate beast Calamity Space rampaged, he died in battle and his rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Fang Yuan, but in the eyes of the Celestial Court's GU immortals, it was nothing. It could not be used, it was not convenient. Thus, most of the time, the Celestial Court gave it to lower sects to suppress Central Continent. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create such a huge commotion? In the end, it was still the same sentence. There was no strongest GU worm, only the strongest GU master, GU immortal. The effect of a GU worm did not depend on the GU worm itself, but more on the GU master. Fairy Myrtle continued, refining fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada is only to cut off Fang Yuan's wings. The true difficulty is to deduce where he is hiding. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce and find him in Central Continent. Granny Shaw, I will have to trouble you to refine immortal GU and help the Celestial Court rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Shaw nodded, her tone was slightly melancholic. Heaven Overseeing Old Ghost is dead, I cannot save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure that if his soul returns to the door of life and death, he will be glad to know this. Goodbye. Granny Shaw left. Fairy Myrtle summoned another GU immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chan Zi used public resources for personal gain. He almost made a huge mistake. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long. The Celestial Court has become overstaffed. How can such a profligate person be allowed to tarnish the reputation of our Celestial Court? He will be punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Di Zongsheng for 20 years. During this period, if that evil dragon makes a comeback, it will be due to his negligence. He will be punished with his life. Fairy Myrtle said, her eyes shining with cold light. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded, frowning slightly. What about Old Man Beifeng? Feng Chan Zi was Old Man Beifeng's grandson. He was doted on by the latter. Most importantly, according to Old Man Beifeng's accumulated contributions and battle strength potential, he could already be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 GU immortals could be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. They had to be the cream of the crop. Fairy Myrtle smiled, if Old Man Beifeng wants to be promoted to the Celestial Court, I will personally welcome him. But right now, his beloved grandson is guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level is not enough. Coincidentally, no one in the Celestial Court is willing to take over this mess. Let Old Man Beifeng take over. After pausing for a while, Fairy Myrtle continued, I called you here because I have deduced the identities of many of Defy's members. I will have to trouble you to capture a few of them for me so that I can obtain more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order and left. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead. As the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Myrtle naturally became the leader of the Celestial Court. Wisdom Path GU Immortals were most suited for this job. Of course, being the leader of the Celestial Court was only temporary. The Celestial Court's GU Immortals had equal status. It was not a place where rank 8 GU immortals could make decisions alone, everything had to be discussed. Unless an immortal Venerable was in charge, that was a different matter. Granny Shaw, rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon, kill and capture Defice members outside. Wei Ling, investigate the internal affairs of the Celestial Court, at the same time, modify the Celestial Court's inspection method. We can't let any spies infiltrate the Celestial Court. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce Fang Yuan's location. This matter should be done as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. Her recent deductions showed that the more she attacked Fang Yuan, the closer Fang Yuan would cooperate with the Shadow Sect. For the Celestial Court, Spectral Soul was their main target. They had to kill him to be at ease. But now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's giant dream realm. The Celestial Court did not need to make a move, and could not make a move. They could watch as Spectral Soul died in the dream realm. Thus, the Celestial Court's target was Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect's remaining forces. They wanted to prevent one or both of them from coming to save Spectral Soul. As for the Shadow Sect's remaining forces like Zombie Alliance, Fairy Myrtle had already arranged for people to kill them. Fang Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not a problem, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Fang Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central Continent, deep in Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxie slowly woke up. What happened? This is. Ying Wuxie was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed. I did not succeed now, and my soul's injuries are severe. Ying Wuxie's expression was pale. He clenched his fists. He was annoyed, but also at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The Super GU formation that Ying Wuxie was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no! A Wisdom Path Great Expert is deducing me. The Super GU formation's defense is triggered. Ying Wuxie shouted in his mind. His pale face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. Chapter 1077. In Central Continent, who could deduce Ying Wuxie? The first thing that popped up in Ying Wuxie's mind was Celestial Court. A novel. The number 1 GU immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Celestial Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Celestial Court that had been ruled by 3 immortal venerables. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not want to attack Celestial Court. The Supreme Celestial Court. The Super GU formation continued to work, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious Great Expert. The entire GU formation was emitting eerie blacklight. It was emitting creaking noises due to the heavy load. In such a short period of time, who can make this Super GU formation so overwhelmed? It can only be the rank 8 wisdom path Great Expert of Celestial Court. Ying Wuxie's expression was pale. He was already sweating profusely. Shadow Sect was created after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. After 100,000 years of development, because of their brilliant strategy, they reached their peak. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, they suffered terrible losses. Only some remnant forces were left. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the dream realm. Ying Wuxie was their only hope. Ying Wuxie knew how heavy the responsibility on his shoulders was. If he was deduced and did not have fixed Immortal Travel's teleportation method, he would definitely be chased by the relentless Celestial Court GU Immortals. He would die. It doesn't matter if I die, the problem is that my main body will fall into a hopeless situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will truly die. I will become a record in the river of history. I am not resigned to this. Ying Wuxie shouted. He struggled to sit up. He injected his mind and immortal essence. He started to control the Super GU formation. The GU formation quickly stabilized. Eerie light flowed like water, flowing in the formation. The creaking noises that were unable to bear the heavy load gradually weakened. Whether there was a GU immortal controlling it. The power displayed by the Jiyu formation was completely different. Earlier, without Ying Wuxie controlling it, this super Jiyu formation could still defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But now, with Ying Wuxie controlling it, its power increased by more than 10 times, stabilizing the situation. On the other hand, Ying Wuxie's situation was getting worse and worse. He had just woken up from his coma, and his condition was not right. Because the Jiyu refinement failed, he had to use his trump card killer move. In order to increase his own luck, his soul was severely damaged. After waking up, he was busy maintaining the super Jiyu formation. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. After controlling the super Jiyu formation for a while, Ying Wuxie felt dizzy, he saw stars and his body was shaking, he almost fainted again. I can't. This super Jiyu formation was hard to control, it also had to resist wisdom path deductions. It consumes a large amount of my essence, energy, and spirit. I can no longer persevere. Ying Wuxie's heart sank. Shen, hey Lulan. He transmitted, he had no choice but to tell them the secret of the super Jiyu formation. Handing it over to the other party to use. Not long after, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master. Shen was loyal and devoted. After being able to control the super Jiyu formation, he found that Ying Wuxie was in a bad state. He immediately activated the Jiyu formation and healed Ying Wuxie. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. The situation gradually stabilized. Ying Wuxie finally woke up. His condition was much better. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Shen replied, 2 days and 3 nights, Master. Did the other party stop deducing? Ying Wuxie asked again. No. This time, it was He Lulan who transmitted. Ying Wuxie's expression was grim, his heart had sunk to rock bottom. They actually deduced for 2 days and 3 nights without stopping. It seems that the other party is most likely a wisdom path great expert of Celestial Court. Their wisdom path foundation is comparable to Heaven Overseeing Tower Law. Sigh, Celestial Court. Celestial Court's waters were too deep. After 3 generations of immortal venerables, countless rank 8 GU immortals had entered it. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years, it could be said to be a huge force, but compared to Celestial Court, its foundation was still very shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years, relying on a fortuitous opportunity and paying a huge price. They succeeded in planting a spy in Celestial Court, Lian Zhusheng. But after Lian Zhusheng entered Celestial Court, he did not obtain much information. Celestial Court's GU immortals were mostly in hibernation, they rarely moved out. However, this little information showed a portion of Celestial Court's strength, it also made Shadow Sect quite apprehensive. First and foremost was the rank 9 Fate GU that Celestial Court possessed. Even Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only damaged this immortal GU in the past, he did not completely destroy it. With rank 9 Fate GU as the core, the rank 9 immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower was even more powerful, it could monitor the entire world. The investigation range of the person who defied fate included the whole 5 regions, White Heaven and Black Heaven, it was shockingly huge. Secondly, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven had always been free of calamities and tribulations, it seemed to be because it had annexed a large number of fragments of the immemorial 7 heavens. Finally, Celestial Court's GU Immortals research on immortal apertures had reached an unfathomable level. In this aspect, even Spectral Soul felt that he could not compare to him. The first thing rank 8 GU Immortals who joined Celestial Court had to do was to offer their Grotto Heaven and merge it into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. When they went out of Celestial Court, they would obtain a special phantom aperture, it was used to store immortal essence and GU worms. This method involved the deepest secret of Celestial Court, it seemed to be the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 GU Immortals merged their immortal apertures into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from calamities and tribulations, they would be able to sleep and delay the loss of their lifespan. Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era, 3 million years ago. During this period, 3 Immortal Venerables Grotto Heavens and countless rank 8 GU Immortals Grotto Heavens were merged into Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven was extremely vast. The immortal materials and resources inside were unparalleled. With just these resources, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven could be completely self-sufficient. It did not need to obtain anything from the outside world of the 5 regions. Even most Celestial Court's members did not know how many rank 8 GU immortals were sleeping in Celestial Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand how vast and terrifying the Celestial Court's hidden power was. However, since ancient times, lifespan GU was the orthodox method of increasing lifespan. Celestial Court's GU immortals could sleep to extend their lifespan. There had to be some drawbacks. It was just that Lian Ju Sheng had not been able to find out what this drawback was. This was one of Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, which had only existed for over 100,000 years, was simply too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, while Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was the exposed part of the iceberg. Old Man Inkstone, Bo Ching, Zishan Makoto, and the rest were the part of the iceberg under the sea. And Celestial Court was the sea with the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep. There were icebergs floating on the surface. What was hidden in the depths of the sea? Maybe there were countless dragon pythons and immortal warriors, or maybe the GU immortals were all dead. No one knew the truth. It might never be known. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lian Ju Sheng, by Chen Tian, Fairy Myrtle, and Granny Shaw were only the rank 8 GU immortals who had joined Celestial Court in the last few thousand years. They had not sunk into the depths of the sea. They could be considered huge waves on the surface. Master, what should we do now? Shi Enyu asked. Ying Wuxie fell into deep silence. He racked his brains for a solution. Right now, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were like a spear, forcing Ying Wuxie and the rest to raise their shields and defend, to control the Super GU formation. Although the Super GU formation was powerful and could block Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this way, the Super GU formation needed GU immortals to control it. It was like restricting Ying Wuxie and the rest. Moreover, if they simply defended, they would be too passive. They would definitely lose if they defended for too long. It was not a wise move. Celestial Court attacked me. I'm afraid it was not just against my Shadow Sect. It was also trying to kill Fang Yuan. My body is Fang Yuan's. To a certain extent, I am helping Fang Yuan block his calamity. It is very strange that fixed immortal travel's refinement failed this time. 10 chances, along with the sudden surge of luck at the end. Even if it was because of the luck connection that my luck was thinned, the chances of success were still quite high. Fang Yuan succeeded in that situation. My situation was far better than his, but I still failed. It is likely that fixed immortal travel was refined by someone else. If that is the case, it is likely to be Celestial Court. At this time, over at Lang Ya Blessed Land, the traitor Sixth Heir had already sent a letter to Ying Wuxie asking for forgiveness. Thus, Ying Wuxie knew about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that I can only sacrifice myself to save myself. Ying Wuxie had a resolute expression. He decided to sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for his own life. With the Super GU formation's ability, it could conceal his aura for some time. Fairy Zi Wei's deduction ability would be restricted to the GU formation. This way, Ying Wuxie would be able to escape and cross the 5 regional walls, leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a dangerous place. Shadow Sect's remaining forces were too few. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a whole new world for Ying Wuxie. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but my cultivation level is only at the bottom of rank 6. It is not as difficult to cross regional walls as rank 7 or 8. Now, I can only work harder and move around the 4 regions to gather all the remaining forces. And even if Celestial Court has rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 GU immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower is also destroyed. I am not afraid of its investigation. I can only abandon this camp. And the people controlling the GU formation are at least 2 rank 6s, or 1 rank 7. Ying Wuxie thought about it and decided to abandon Shi Enyu, leaving with Tai by Yunsheng and He Lulan. He could be assured of their loyalty, especially He Lulan, followed by Shi Enyu and Tai Bai Yunsheng. The most important reason was that he would need to cross regional walls many times. When crossing regional walls, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more advantageous it would be. The rank 7 Shi Enyu would be a burden instead. Ying Wuxie made his decision and immediately carried it out. Shi Enyu had no objections, his loyalty was as clear as the sun and moon. He even handed over all of his Jiyu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie's immortal aperture was a dead land. He stored his Jiyu worms and sent the Rockman tribe into He Lulan's immortal aperture to be nurtured. Chapter 1078. Boom boom boom. Thunder boomed, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Nets. Amidst the rising dust, Ying Wuxie suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the sky. His roar could not be heard by physical ears, but the three attacking Central Continent Jiyu immortals shook intensely, their souls shook intensely. Not good. This is a soul path immortal killer move. The three Central Continent Jiyu immortals quickly defended themselves. Retreat. Ying Wuxie shouted and led Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan to leave. By the time the Central Continent Jiyu immortals regained their senses, the three immortals were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? How powerful. At that moment, I felt like my soul was about to scatter. These three Jiyu immortals, according to their auras, are from northern plains. So secretive and secretive. Who exactly are they? They actually appeared in the earth abyss of my ancient soul sect. Could it be that the previous landslide had something to do with them? The three Central Continent Jiyu immortals had grim expressions. They conversed while healing their injuries. I've already reported this information to the sect. The sect is currently mobilizing reinforcements. Chase them. The three of them were hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it, they cannot escape. The three Central Continent Jiyu immortals stabilized their injuries and set off in pursuit. Net asterisk after tracking for a while, the connection suddenly disappeared. The leading Central Continent Jiyu immortal was perplexed. Strange. My immortal killer move was only created a few years ago. It has a tracking effect, very few people know about it. How did he do it? There are many types of immortal Jiyu, and killer moves can be formed by combining them. Jiyu immortals had uncountable methods. Maybe he has a method against Fangjing that counters your immortal killer move. That might be possible, but not likely. In my opinion, it might not have been lifted. Perhaps it was only temporarily suppressed. Or perhaps they used some kind of method to block it. The leader of the three immortals pondered for a while before saying, "We chased until here, but the connection to the immortal killer move suddenly broke. There must be something amiss." Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture? The immortal aperture was a small world. They were different from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fate-defying people stayed in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They could avoid heaven-overseeing towers detection. If Ying Wuxie entered someone else's immortal aperture, the three immortals' tracking methods would not work. But the matter of entering other people's immortal apertures. It was very rare in the Jiyu immortal world. Firstly, the Jiyu immortal's immortal aperture was of utmost importance. Very few would let others enter their immortal aperture. Secondly, this move had its drawbacks. Jiyu immortal's immortal apertures contained Dao marks. The Jiyu immortal entered someone else's immortal aperture. The Dao marks of both sides would interfere with each other, impede each other, and even repel and deplete each other. The specific consumption would depend on the specific situation. Generally speaking, it was more stable to use the big to wrap the small and the big to wrap the small. Even if the immortal aperture was large, as long as the gap between the two sides was not too big, the immortal aperture could be used to store Jiyu immortals. Turn day. The net, however, will more or less suffer losses in various aspects. If the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, it could connect to the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. It would be akin to attaching itself to the 5 regions. It would be much more stable than the immortal aperture inside the Jiyu immortal's body. It could include more GU immortals with higher cultivation level. If the GU immortal entering the immortal aperture had too high a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, the immortal aperture might even explode. Just like the immemorial Nine Heavens fragment world, only those with a certain cultivation level were allowed to participate in the exploration. GU immortals with high cultivation level could not enter. Forcefully entering would only cause the fragment world to explode. There was also a special situation, that was the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a land of death. Time was synchronized with the outside world. The internal space continued to disintegrate. It could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture scattering and returning to the GU immortal's body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture entered a GU immortal's body, it would be useless. It would not cause Dao marks to be consumed. At most, the immortal aperture's dead land would disintegrate, and the speed at which the immortal aperture's Dao marks would return to the body. Leader 3 immortals had already calculated this situation, thus Ying Wuxie, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lulan were all hit by his immortal killer move. Thus, no matter who entered whose immortal aperture, there would still be one person left. He sensed them. While the 3 immortals were thinking, a guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Don't tell me, someone placed their immortal aperture and hid themselves and the other 2 GU immortals inside. But it is easy for GU immortals to store their immortal aperture, but placing it requires time. It would cause the world to shake. How could they place their immortal aperture so quickly and silently? But GU immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of strange things. There is always someone stronger. Maybe the other party has a method to quickly place their immortal aperture. This central continent GU immortal thought about it but could not come up with anything. But this did not hinder him from dealing with it. Turn day. My connection was suddenly cut off here. Rather than chasing aimlessly, why don't we stay here and investigate? We can preserve the scene and wait for our wisdom path GU immortals to deduce. The central continent GU immortal said. His suggestion made the other 2 nod their heads repeatedly. No one raised any objections. They are not leaving, it seems they want to stay here. Inside the super GU formation, Tai Bai Yunxing observed as he sighed. These 3 GU immortals are the 3 rank 7 GU immortals that ancient soul sect sent to investigate the super collapse. Master, it is fortunate that you were able to escape. Please heal your injuries quickly, Shi Enyu urged. He Lulan was silent. Ying Wuxie's expression was extremely ugly, his voice was hoarse. To think that these 3 GU immortals were waiting for me here. He had already decided to sacrifice himself, but to think that not long after he left, these 3 GU immortals from ancient soul sect would find him. After an intense battle, Ying Wuxie's group was not their match. They could only retreat to the super GU formation. With the concealment of the super GU formation, the immortal killer moves that He Lulan and the rest were temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 GU immortals from ancient soul sect were flying above the super GU formation. But the super GU formation was extraordinary. Not only could it conceal itself and not reveal any signs, it was also in a phantom state without a solid body. The 3 central continent immortals could not detect anything. What should I do next? He Lulan thought as she looked at Ying Wuxie with a questioning gaze. Ying Wuxie turned his face away, his eyes flickering. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We're in a desperate situation. This is the only way." A moment later, jewel yellow skies v. A beam of treasure light soared into the sky. It was thick and large, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of countless people in the jewel yellow skies. What kind of treasure can produce such a magnificent treasure light? Immortal GU, it is actually an immortal GU. Someone wants to use jewel yellow skies to transport immortal GU? How extravagant. Countless wills. The GU immortals who were paying attention were conversing. The familiar scene in front of them reminded them of the land spirit of Langya that had passed through jewel yellow skies not long ago. The situation of sending sword path immortal GU to Fang Yuan. But soon, there was a commotion in the crowd. The guardian immortal Guzul had announced, This immortal GU was to be sold, anyone could buy it, but they had to exchange GU for GU. Or if they gathered the immortal materials on the list, they could exchange them directly. The GU immortals were all shaken. Exchanging immortal GU for immortal GU was the norm in the GU immortal world. It was also the only way to exchange immortal GU. But to think that this immortal GU could be exchanged with immortal materials. This was both a pleasant surprise and a pleasant surprise. At once, the whole of jewel yellow skies was in an uproar. Central continent, eastern sea, western desert, southern border, northern plains, GU immortals from all over the world showed great interest towards this immortal GU. Especially when they found out that the immortal materials on the list were not ridiculous. As long as they could gather them, they would definitely make a profit by exchanging for this immortal GU. Time flowed. A sudden immortal GU transaction caused a commotion. It had spread to the whole of jewel yellow skies. More and more GU immortals learned of the situation here. They looked over with concerned gazes and came to inquire. The price was very fair. Countless GU immortals were moved. Ying Wuxie sneered at this scene. The person selling the immortal GU was none other than himself. Immortal GU were normally not sold. Because GU refinement was difficult, immortal GU were unique, even 100 sets of immortal materials might not be able to refine them. But Ying Wuxie was forced into a corner. He had no other choice. He had no choice but to sell the immortal GU. He had immortal killer moves and immortal GU recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by the demon Venerable's will in the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because spring-autumn cicadas' will was limited, these things were carefully selected. Only then did Ying Wuxie remember them. They were all very precious and had great value. But he could not sell these things. They were very useful for saving the demon Venerable's main body. Selling them would be exposing his secrets to others. He could not sell them. These things could not be sold. His cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials. They were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then Ying Wuxie only had one way, that was to sell immortal GU. He had many immortal GU. Most of them were obtained from Fang Yuan. What he was selling now was the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU that Fang Yuan once possessed. In the current GU immortal world, even though there were few Strength Path GU immortals, this immortal GU caused a huge commotion. Because the price was not high, many rank 6 GU immortals without immortal GU could afford it. As I expected, I will first sell this Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU to cause a commotion, then I will sell other immortal GU, I will be able to get a higher price. Ying Wuxie sneered in his heart. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, do you know about jewel yellow skies being born in Central Continent? Granny Shaw used a GU worm to transmit. Fairy Myrtle received it. Fairy Myrtle had been trying her best to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body had been separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Ying Wuxie, who was closest to her. As for Fang Yuan, he was hiding in Lang Yue Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her deductions were almost useless. After getting Granny Shaw's reminder, Fairy Myrtle smiled, stopping her deductions. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU in jewel yellow skies? And using fixed immortal travel and other space path immortal GU to exchange for it. It seems that Fang Yuan has been forced into a corner by me. He has no choice but to use this method. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, jewel yellow skies would not be able to interfere. But my celestial court is an exception. Men, open the treasury. I want to make a transaction with the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies. The heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies was extremely arrogant. It rarely appeared. Even the celestial court did not care. When a venerable threatened it, the heavenly spirit would rather die than submit. The venerables were helpless. In the huge celestial court, it was impossible to force jewel yellow skies to expel Ying Wuxie. Chapter 1079. Southern Border. Shongliang Mountain. The sun hung high in the sky, its radiance dazzling. There was a sea of people on Shongliang Mountain, and it was bustling with noise. The rank 4 peak stage GU master Shong Bu Li appeared on the peak, attracting everyone's attention. Even though Shong Bu Li was experienced at this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Because right now was Shong clan's grand ceremony, it was extremely important. There were representatives from the Tai clan, Yi clan, Wu clan, Hu clan, and other superforces of the southern border. There were also famous experts and heroes from the evil Dao and rogue cultivators. It could be said to be the gathering of the elites of southern border's GU master world. The difference between Shong clan and other superforces was in Shong clan's martial stage policy. The battle stage of other righteous path superforces were targeted at their clans, but Shong clan's battle stage could take in demonic path and lone cultivator GU masters. Shong clan was based on business, and their main base was Shongliang Mountain. Everything was negotiable, and it was the biggest hub of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This did not only apply to the GU master world, it also applied to the GU immortal world. Shong clan's GU immortals were often the middlemen of the righteous path and demonic path. Seeing Shong Bu Li, countless GU masters on Shongliang Mountain realized that Shong clan ceremony was about to begin. The entire Shongliang Mountain became silent. This made Shong Bu Li feel even more pressure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised his head and chanted, "Shong clan leader enthronement ceremony, begin." In the next moment, magnificent and beautiful music resounded. Countless colorful birds fluttered in the air, and golden flowers fell from the sky, creating a beautiful and splendid scene. From the inside of Shongliang Mountain, a long path of white rainbow light extended outwards. A woman, dressed in splendid attire, walked step by step on the path of white light, appearing in everyone's vision. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were like light willow smoke. Her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was tied up in a high bun. She was dressed in splendid attire as she slowly made her appearance. It was Shong Xin. All of a sudden, countless GU masters on the mountain subconsciously held their breaths. So beautiful. This is the next clan leader of Shong clan? This woman is so gentle and beautiful. She's practically a female immortal. Where did she come from? Everyone discussed animatedly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. However, these noises were all drowned out by the magnificent and resonant ceremonial music. As for the various VIP seats on the mountain peak, they were occupied by the various superpowers. The experts of the Devil Dao and itinerant cultivators were also watching Shong Xin appearance and secretly communicating with each other. This woman is Shong Yang Fei's illegitimate daughter. He was not famous, his talent was not good, and his cultivation was weak. To think that in the end, she was the one who became Shong clan leader. Fate makes fools of people. What a pity. Countless heroes died in the battle of Yitian Mountain. All the forces in the southern border are in turmoil. Shuffle the cards again. And that battlefield remains of Yitian Mountain has already become the greatest mystery of the southern border. Step by step, Shong Xin walked on the light path of the white rainbow. Under everyone's gazes, her clothes fluttered about as she leisurely ascended. She left Shongliang Mountain's summit and headed straight for the sky. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky. Tens of thousands of multicolored lights gathered to form a throne. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at Shong Xin. But immediately, Zhu Quan thought again. No, the matter of reviving the clan has to be put aside. Missy might be the clan leader, but her situation is not good due to internal and external troubles. How can I leave her at this time, when she needs the assistance of her subordinates the most? Zhu Quan did not get carried away by the grand scene around him. He first looked at Shong Bu Li and Wan Shan. When Shong Yang Fei was Shong clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shong clan. After the battle of Yitian Mountain, of the 5 great generals, only 2 were left. They were Shong Bu Li and Wan Shan. The former controlled Shong clan's slave trade, the latter was in charge of the resource development of Shong clan's mountains. Mines, medicine, hunting, and so on. One was Shong, he was the representative of Shong clan. The other was Wan. He was an external elder. He represented the external Gu masters of Shang clan. With these two experts, Missy's situation in Shang clan is like this. Missy's situation in Shang clan was truly a powerful subordinate and weak master. If things go wrong, these two might work together and make her a puppet clan leader. After all, Missy's identity cannot gain the support of all Shang clansmen. She is the illegitimate daughter of the previous clan leader. The internal situation is worrying. Outside, there are many undercurrents and dangers lurking. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, too many leaders and heroes died, everything is being reshuffled, the ownerless resources need to be fought over again. The manpower and material resources available to the young miss were simply too little. They couldn't be compared to the other brothers and sisters. Not to mention dealing with external matters. And at this time, Lady Wei is going to leave her. Thinking of this, Ju Quan looked angrily at the mature Gu master Wei Dashin beside him, feeling very unhappy. He was Shang Xin Ci's chief steward. He knew a lot of information. Wei Dashin was the wife of Wei clan leader, she had the ability to train guards, she was pregnant and wanted to protect her husband's only bloodline. Thus, Fang Yuan targeted her weakness and threatened her, eventually making her submit to Shang Xin Ci, helping Shang Xin Ci to nurture a group of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xin Ci's guards. Right now, she had already given birth to a son, successfully continuing her husband's bloodline. Because she often showed her face in public. Her news was known to her younger brother, Wei Shenzhen. Not long ago, Wei Shenzhen sent a letter, asking Wei Dashin to join him and work for Wu clan. Wei Dashin was moved. After all, when she submitted to Shang Xin Ci, it was Fang Yuan who used both soft and hard tactics, mostly threatening her. But Ju Quan did not know that while he was worrying about the situation, Wei Dashin was also worried. Ju Quan was once a clan leader, he could see the big picture. Wei Dashin was the same. She was the clan leader's wife, she could see more than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yang Fei is dead, my enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by He Shou to work for young miss. But after interacting with her, I gradually understood young miss's character. Young miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world after all. Little brother, big sister is sorry, I cannot go to your side to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan, even though you are ostracized, at least your life is not in danger. But young Miss's side is filled with danger. Wei Dashin sighed in her heart. No matter what, as the steward of young miss, I need to consider everything for her. Now is the time to use people, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, these three demonic path brothers, we must keep them here, we cannot let them go. Ju Quan looked at the three people in the crowd as his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, as the leader of young Miss's guards, I need to plan for her. Shang Yang Fei is dead, Shang clan only has two capable people left, to prevent them from taking over, we need to quickly promote new people. Xiao Yang, he was a very good candidate. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he also worships Wei Yang. Because of the black and white twin demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young miss when he was alive, Xiao Yang is also closer to her. Wei Dashin looked at Xiao Yang in the crowd as she quickly calculated. In the sky, Shang Xin Ci spoke for the first time, it was short but the meaning was deep, making people think deeply. This was not her idea, it was Wei Dashin and Ju Quan's plan. After she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers as Shang Xin Ci's figure gradually faded. But the ascension ceremony was not over yet, there would be a day and night of celebration, good food and wine, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, sweeping away the sorrow and dejection of the clan's elite sacrifice. After disappearing from the sky, Shang Xin Ci directly appeared in the inner city's city lord's residence. So tired. Without anyone's attention, she relaxed, feeling a deep exhaustion in her body and mind. But she knew now was not the time for her to rest. She started to use Gu worms to call her trusted aides. Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan, Wei Dashin, Ju Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Shang Xin Ci had things to do. Yi Fan walked on the road with bright light in his eyes, he walked with a majestic gait. Ever since he refused to retreat and protected Shang Xin-ci, he obtained Shang Qing-qing's recognition. She gave him a great inheritance and a large number of Gu worms. Yi Fan had no direction in his cultivation. After obtaining this inheritance, his future was clear. He no longer lacked Gu worms, his future was bright. He could be said to be Shang Xin-ci's benefactor. He could freely enter the city lord's residence without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xin-ci actually became Shang clan leader, but it is not easy to be a clan leader, not to mention Shang clan's leader. How can I, Yi Fan, watch without doing anything? Thinking of Shang Xin-ci, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He was developing feelings for Shang Xin-ci, but he did not know how Shang Xin-ci felt about him. He knew that Shang Xin-ci was in the city lord's residence, thus he came uninvited. Closer, even closer. The final door was right in front of him. He would be able to see Lady Xin-ci soon. Yi Fan's footsteps could not help but speed up. He stood at the door, straightening his back and tidying his clothes, about to knock on the door. But he heard Shang Xin-ci's voice from inside. Everyone, listen to me first. After becoming clan leader, I want to do something. This matter has been bothering me for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to cancel Brother Black Demon Fengzheng's arrest warrant. Chapter 1080. Jewel Yellow Skies originated from Daoist Duo Bao. This person was a Gu immortal from the medieval antiquity era. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He obtained a yellow heaven fragment and fused it into his immortal aperture's grotto heaven, creating treasure yellow heaven. Once a Gu immortal's immortal aperture devours a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the 5 regions and could not be moved. Jewel Yellow Skies was the same. It had remained in the same place for over 300,000 years after it first appeared. But where was the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies? This was a huge mystery that nobody knew. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had tried to deduce it but did not obtain an accurate answer. The original owner of Jewel Yellow Skies was Daoist Duo Bao. Since then, there had never been a successor. Even the generations of immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies has existed for so long, it has already become the #1 trading market in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Why did it suddenly close? Shang clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Ever since Daoist Duo Bao created Jewel Yellow Skies, it had been open for over 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the main support for Gu immortals' cultivation, occupying an important position in their hearts. Since a long time ago, Gu immortals were already used to the existence of Jewel Yellow Skies. Now that Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed, many Gu immortals were caught unprepared. Why do you think Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed? Oh no, we want the gambling capital for the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge gambling capital is still in Jewel Yellow Skies. Don't tell me, the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies also wants to embezzle this huge sum of money. Shang clan's first supreme elder shook his head, denying, the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies does not care about this gambling capital. If it embezzled, Jewel Yellow Skies would not have its current reputation and status. There were no records of Jewel Yellow Skies being greedy in history. However, there are several records of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies. Is that so? We would like to hear the details. Shang Qing hurriedly asked. Shang clan's first supreme elder said slowly. He revealed a secret. It turned out that the closure of the Jewel Yellow Skies in history was all related to the same thing. This was a fragment of the primordial yellow heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Now, only black sky and white sky remained. The yellow sky had long since shattered. Back then, Daoist Duo Bao knew that he could not transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to use his immortal aperture. After swallowing a fragment of the immemorial yellow skies, it became the Jewel Yellow Skies. Although he was trapped in the Jewel Yellow Skies for the rest of his life and lost his freedom, there were no disasters or tribulations after that. Jewel Yellow Skies had devoured the Primeval Yellow Skies fragment. From then on, It could only devour yellow sky's fragments in order to expand itself. In the historical records, there were several transactions. There were various people who went to the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies. They sold the primeval yellow skies fragment world. After obtaining it, the heavenly spirit took the initiative to close the jewel yellow skies and wholeheartedly devoured the yellow skies fragment to expand itself. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same situation. Finally, the first supreme elder of the Shang clan guessed. His guess was not wrong at all. The only thing in the world that could move the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies was probably the yellow skies fragment. The primeval 9 heavens had been shattered for a long time, and the yellow skies fragment had long gone extinct. Only those with great luck and fortuitous encounters would have a chance of obtaining it. However, the celestial court had a long history. The treasury was unimaginably rich. They could also take out the primeval yellow skies fragment, and the scale was not small. If the scale was small, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies did not need to close the jewel yellow skies. They could devour it with just a portion of their strength. Right now, the closure of jewel yellow skies was definitely because the yellow skies fragment was too huge. The heavenly spirit had no choice but to devour it wholeheartedly. Jewel yellow skies had always remained neutral, aloof from worldly affairs. Its location was extremely mysterious. Even the celestial court could not do anything to it. If the celestial court forcefully requested the heavenly spirit to ostracize Ying Wuxie, the heavenly spirit would not care about it. Moreover, the other 4 regions Gu immortals. They would not have many concerns. The 5 regional walls were still around, the celestial court's influence and control. It was only limited to central continent. But the celestial court was extremely rich. It directly sold a huge yellow skies fragment. As a result, Ying Wuxie's plan to save himself was completely destroyed. Damn it. The celestial court actually did this. Ying Wuxie had a ruthless expression. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was furious, but the celestial court was pressuring him with their power. He could not resist it. He could only let them do as they wished. He was helpless. Goo! Suddenly, Ying Wuxie's anger attacked his heart. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He directly fell down. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, there was also a bone-chilling coldness. The celestial court directly sold the yellow skies fragment, paying such a huge price to get rid of Ying Wuxie. It could be seen that the other party was determined not to give up until they achieved their goal. Desperate situation. The celestial court's action was equivalent to blocking Ying Wuxie's final path of retreat. It was too ruthless. Without jewel yellow skies, even if Ying Wuxie wanted to sell the immortal materials, he could not do anything. They could only rot in his hands. What made him feel even more disgusted was that his immortal Gu, Iron Crown Eagle strength, was trapped inside. Without the immortal materials, how could he continue refining Gu? Without immortal Gu, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. How could he break the current stalemate? Jewel yellow skies closed on its own. The heavenly spirit absorbed the yellow skies fragment. This was not something that could be done in a day. According to historical records, the shortest time was more than 2 months. There was no other way out. It seemed like he could only let the celestial court make deductions. Ying Wuxie and the rest could only defend passively and stall for time. Eventually, the enemies that they could not resist would come to them. Lang Ye blessed land. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed. He had become an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal Killer move that could switch between life and death. At times, he would become a living Gu immortal. At other times, he would become a dead immortal zombie. But right now, he was not using this method. He had lost all of his Strength Path Immortal Gu. He could not use that Strength Path Killer move. Fang Yuan's method was simple. His soul flew out of his body and entered a Strength Path Immortal Zombie corpse. These Strength Path Immortal Zombie corpses came from Blazing Heaven Demonis. After Fang Yuan reborn, to be safe, he made sufficient preparations for his life and death immortal aperture. He obtained many Strength Path Immortal Zombie corpses from Blazing Heaven Demonis. These corpses were placed in star form blessed land. After Yitian Mountain, they returned to him from land spirit of Langya. Other than these immortal zombie corpses, there were also a large number of precious immortal materials. Many quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained by Fang Yuan from the Jiyu formation in Earth Trench. Most of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were obtained from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited from immortal zombie Bo Qing's awakening and Central Continent's dominance. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone, but he did not lack Jiyu refinement immortal materials. It was just that these immortal materials were too high in quality, they were not suitable for the current situation. The immortal materials were not important, the important thing was wisdom Jiyu. Fang Yuan stared at wisdom Jiyu for a long time, but it did not move at all, not to mention the light of wisdom. I used other immortal zombie corpses to replace myself, but it was ineffective. I still cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was not surprised at this result. Actually, he had already done a similar experiment in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom Jiyu had never been refined by Fang Yuan, it was only because of the winds of assimilation that it made an agreement with Fang Yuan to survive. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom Jiyu seemed to recognize Fang Yuan as a whole. Both the body and the soul were indispensable, only then could it draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, be it the body or the soul, they would not work. This means, the most direct method is to take back my body. Fang Yuan pondered. His original body was still an immortal zombie. It did not need to be modified, it was the most suitable body to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although direct, was not practical. Ying Wu Xie has already gone missing, he might have spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal Jiyu. Other than that, there is also He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, they might be helping him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had no time to care about them because of the calamities and tribulations. Now, every time he thought of the troublesome Ying Wu Xie, Fang Yuan would feel a headache. That is why I need to refine Fangjing into a blood deity. Fang Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Jiyu, he had no parents, there was no bloodline connection between him and all living beings in the world. But Fang Yuan still wanted to refine Fangjing into a blood deity. Using Fangjing to refine a blood deity could counter Fang Yuan's body. Even if he could not take back his original immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan could use this Fangjing blood deity as a foundation and modify it. Maybe, by combining it with his own soul, he could regain Wisdom Gu's recognition. Of course, this was just Fang Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. When Fang Yuan tested Wisdom Jiyu, Land Spirit of Langya was observing from the side. After seeing the result, he sighed faintly, feeling very regretful. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya. I wonder if First Supreme Elder has any method to use Wisdom Jiyu? Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan, saying unhappily, there is a simple method. That is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Jiyu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I know of this method, what I want to ask is, are there any other methods? Sigh, there is a method that is not a method. That is, I will feed it lifespan Jiyu, if I feed it enough, I might be able to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition. If this method succeeds, Wisdom Jiyu will belong to me, by then, you will have to give it to me even if you don't want to. Land Spirit of Langya thought of this and chuckled. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. Is it really okay for you to be so direct? Chapter 1081. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Sigh. The price of feeding Wisdom Jiyu was too high. It was the Land Spirit of Langya that was willing to pay the price. Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus Jiyu to revive, he was now 16 years old. The average lifespan of humans in this world was 100 years. Subtracting 16 from 100, Fang Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left, it was quite long. But even so, Fang Yuan knew that if he obtained lifespan Jiyu, he would use them on himself. Even if he did not use them now, he would store them for emergencies. Lifespan GU was only a mortal GU. However, Lifespan GU was the strongest currency in GU Immortal transactions, almost nothing could compare to it. GU Immortal cultivation had two major obstacles: calamities and tribulations, and lifespan. Even the strong Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were restricted by these two obstacles. In fact, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal set up 88-point Shenyang Tower, the most important goal was to search for Lifespan GU in northern plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding Wisdom GU, that was secondary. In Giant Sun Immortal's later years, Wisdom GU was in a hungry state for a long time. It had to hibernate and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88-point Shenyang Tower, he found Wisdom GU inside. Unfortunately, he could not use it, he could not afford to raise it. Lifespan GU were hard to find, he did not even have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he had already comprehended many things, he did not need Wisdom GU much. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, a great era that belonged to him came to an end. After that, Lifespan GU started to appear in the world again. After that, it started to flourish again. Another earth-shattering expert appeared, that was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He wanted to extend his lifespan. In his later years, he searched for Lifespan GU, but the number of Lifespan GU was not enough. Gradually, they became rare and went extinct. After Paradise Earth died, the world went on a cycle, he recuperated, Lifespan GU appeared again. 88-point Shenyang Tower held an imperial court contest every 10 years, they searched for Lifespan GU in northern plains, Wisdom GU was gradually fed and recovered. Until Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, under the urge of survival, Wisdom GU and Fang Yuan arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a series of events, he ended up in Langya Blessed Land. When I was in Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 Lifespan GU in an attempt to refine Second Aperture GU. But that could not be helped. In my previous life, I obtained a Lifespan GU from Blazing Heaven Demonis. After rebirth, he did not have this opportunity, he did not even have a single Lifespan GU. Blazing Heaven Demonis gave me a Lifespan GU. She should have more than one Lifespan GU in her accumulation. She eventually died in the 10 Extreme Formation. What a pity, the Lifespan GU in her hands was also destroyed. Something's not right. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Lifespan GU are hard to find. Even the Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables coveted it and needed it. Blazing Heaven Demonis died because of Spectral Soul's scheme, all of her accumulations were destroyed. They were all taken away by Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance are still there. Their wealth is still very shocking. As for the land spirit of Langya's hands, they also had quite a sizable amount of Lifespan GU. Almost all of these Lifespan GU came from Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Blessed Land had a long history, over 300,000 years, it had 2 generations of venerables. Lang Ya Blessed Land was originally Lang Ya Grotto Heaven, it had a huge space inside. Later, it was purposely turned into a blessed land, but Refinement Cauldron was fused into the Immortal Aperture world, causing Lang Ya Blessed Land's space to increase instead. It was bigger than many Grotto Heavens. A vast number of hairy men lived here, forming 3 nations. Countless living beings lived here, generation after generation. Lifespan GU originated from life. As long as there was life, it was possible for wild Lifespan GU to be born. The space was huge, there were countless people, it had a long history, along with land spirit of Langya's complete control over the blessed land. Once a Lifespan GU was produced, it could be harvested immediately. All these factors combined caused land spirit of Langya to accumulate more and more Lifespan GU. Even though Fang Yuan did not know the exact amount, he could easily guess that it was not a small number. After all, ordinary GU immortals had Lifespan GU. But land spirit of Langya did not need it. Using Wisdom GU requires the GU immortal's lifespan. But raising Wisdom GU requires Lifespan GU. For now, It is better to let land spirit of Langya feed it. Fang Yuan did not need to probe the land spirit of Langya's scheme, he could vaguely guess it. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan did not have lifespan GU, he could not feed it. Moreover, he could not even protect himself. GU Immortal's tribulations got harder each time, the calamities and tribulations got stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity, he had no time to care about wisdom GU. Ever since wisdom GU was brought out, Fang Yuan had not fed it even once. Speaking of which, land spirit of Langya could be said to have helped Fang Yuan. Taking a step back, even if wisdom GU joins land spirit of Langya, it is a good thing. I can also use my current identity and borrow land spirit of Langya's methods to use wisdom GU, at most I will have to pay some sect contribution points. All GU worms were tools. All of his hard work was towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much, there was nothing he could not give up. This experiment on wisdom GU ended in failure. But Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Before leaving, he asked for something from land spirit of Langya. It was an information path mortal GU, inside it was the scene of him refining change form immortal GU. The GU refinement this time was extremely strange, the calamities and tribulations suddenly became so strong, it was a fluke that I could succeed. Fang Yuan, you have to tell me what you research. Land spirit of Langya instructed Fang Yuan before they parted. First Supreme Elder, even you did not research anything, it is even more impossible for me. I will try my best. Fang Yuan replied. He vaguely felt that the strange increase in the calamities and tribulations was related to sovereign immortal fetus GU. But he would not tell land spirit of Langya about this even if he was beaten to death. Other than researching the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal, he wanted to investigate Lang Ya sect and see if there were any traitors. All along, Fang Yuan had this knot in his heart. Shadow sect had planted 2 traitors in Lang Ya blessed land, they were both hairy man GU immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Lang Ya blessed land, these 2 hairy man GU immortals played a crucial role. But other than these 2, are there any other traitors in Lang Ya sect? The answer to this question was very important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Lang Ya sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to rely on land spirit of Langya to help him pass tribulations and cultivate. He had just started his investigation. He did not have the time or energy before. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan's residence was already in sight. This was a tall and majestic city. Pure white city walls stood tall and majestic. The tall towers had flags flying in the wind. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each city was a mortal GU house. When activated at the same time, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation, it could cover the whole of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities had been upgraded from the former 12 cloud pavilions. The current land spirit of Langya liked extravagance, he was completely different from the previous one. This cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was allocated to him by the land spirit of Langya, it was his residence. The rest of the hairy man GU immortals, including the land spirit of Langya himself, each occupied a cloud city. There were very few residents in the city, but in the future, there would be more and more. Because the land spirit of Langya's plan was to start a war between the 3 continents and choose outstanding hairy man GU masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent and nurturing them. Fang Yuan flew to the sky of the cloud city and slowly descended. Several hairy man GU masters came out to welcome him. They were elites among the hairy man GU masters, they were chosen by the land spirit of Langya and were arranged to stay by Fang Yuan's side. On one hand, it was to take care of the miscellaneous matters in Fang Yuan's life, on the other hand, it was to let Fang Yuan guide their cultivation. Fang Yuan naturally did not care about these hairy men. But the leading hairy man GU master respectfully reported to Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord had come to visit Fang Yuan, he had already been sitting in the guest hall of the city for a long time. The 6th city lord was GU immortal 6th hair, he was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan was puzzled, He came to the guest hall and saw this Gu immortal sixth hair. I am sixth hair, greetings to the second city lord. I am here to ask for guidance on battle. Gu immortal sixth hair greeted as he spoke of his purpose. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze became extremely cold. It turned out that although sixth hair said this, he secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, it was a different story. Fang Yuan, I am representing Lord Ying Wuxie to make a transaction with you. Ying Wuxie, Shadow Sect. Sixth hair was the traitor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Sure. We are all from the same sect, I can't ask for guidance, we can spar. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he had a passionate expression. He dismissed his attendants and asked sixth hair to sit down. He walked to the main seat and sat down. These few steps were not far. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were many thoughts. Sixth hair is the traitor. Is he the only traitor in Lang Ya Blessed Land? He is representing Ying Wuxie to make a transaction with me. What does he want to do? What is the situation with Ying Wuxie? Why is he suddenly making a transaction with me? Is he sincere? Or is it a trap for me? Or is it a probe from the land spirit of Langya? After all, I joined Lang Ya sect because of the Information Path Alliance Agreement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. Chapter 1082. Sixth hair looked at Fang Yuan and laughed. He was not afraid at all. Plus or minus, if he wanted to interrogate him, Fang Yuan would have already made his move the moment sixth hair transmitted. But Fang Yuan did not do so. He sat down before uttering empty threats. As for the reason, sixth hair knew it well. He said, I am in charge of supervising the 12 cloud cities. Before you came, I had already set up an immortal Gu formation here. Not only can it disguise itself and not be discovered by the land spirit of Langya, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can give it a try. Fang Yuan had already joined Lang Ya sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement. He could not do as he pleased. Especially when he talked to sixth hair, a traitor of Lang Ya sect, it was a violation of the alliance agreement. But hearing sixth hair's words, Fang Yuan tried it out. As expected, he did not suffer any backlash from breaking the alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He said after a while, it seems you are really a traitor of Lang Ya sect. What deal do you want with me? Sixth hair relaxed a little. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would capture him without asking any questions. Now it seemed that he had passed the first round. But he could not be careless. Fang Yuan was shameless and despicable. He was crafty and had no bottom line. And he had taken the risk to come here and expose his identity. He was still in danger. But there was no helping it. Ying Wuxie was at his wit's end. He could only use this method. Making a deal with Fang Yuan was like asking a tiger for its skin. It was too dangerous. Only after the deal was made would there be evidence. He could turn around and bite him at any time. Drag him down with him. At that time, sixth hair would be completely safe. But how could he ensure that he could achieve his goal? He would not lose too many benefits. Sixth hair felt troubled, because he was in a weak position. Ying Wuxie and I have deep enmity. Now, he suddenly came to me, even exposing himself as a traitor. He needs my help. Interesting. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. To tell you the truth, Lord Ying Wuxie's side is already at the end of the line, and he's in imminent danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to appear and trade with you, sixth hair suddenly said. Oh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and sized him up again. Sixth hair was so honest. Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised. There was no such thing as before the trade negotiations. Expose your own shortcomings first. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he immediately realized that sixth hair was deliberately doing the opposite. Even if sixth hair didn't say it, Fang Yuan could guess it. Now that he said it, it seemed like he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and put himself in a hopeless situation. Looks like I've been with the land spirit of Langya for a long time, so I've let down my guard. Although he's a hairy man, he's a traitor of the shadow sect. How can he be as easy to bully as the land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his guard. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said. He said slowly, Ying Wuxie has my body and the accumulation of Jiu worms, he also has the help of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. How could he have fallen to such a state? I don't believe it. Sixth Hare shook his head. Fang Yuan, there's no need for you to continue probing. You planted it deliberately. The self-destruction of the Jiu worms caught Lord Ying Wuxie off guard. He tried his best to preserve only 30% of the Jiu worms. As soon as he said that, Fang Yuan was finally convinced that the sixth hare in front of him was really a spy from the shadow sect in Lang Ya sect. Fang Yuan's mind raced. Just now, he had also lied to sixth hare. This allowed Fang Yuan to immediately obtain a lot of valuable information. I didn't expect Ying Wuxie to really control black and white. He Lulan was a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but with the death of her aunts, the difficulty of controlling her was much lower. She has the great strength true martial physique, if used well, she would be a great pawn. And Tai Bai Yunxing is a good person, even though he is indecisive, he has two-time path immortal Jiu that can help him a lot. But they were both controlled by Ying Wuxie, what a pity. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate was truly mysterious. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he and Ying Wuxie had swapped positions. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus Jiu, while Ying Wuxie inherited most of his accumulations. He could use He Lulan to control Tai Bai Yunxing. Ying Wuxie was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he had extraordinary methods to control these two. Ying Wuxie obtained my immortal Jiu and the help of black and white. This time, he took the initiative to make a deal with me. I will make him pay a terrible price. Fang Yuan swore internally. But next, after sixth hare exposed his weakness, he changed the topic. Before the deal, let me express my sincerity. Take it as me giving you a piece of information for free. This information is extremely precious, it concerns your future cultivation, Fang Yuan, or more accurately, it concerns your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying with an unfriendly expression, whether information is precious or not depends on your bragging. I want to know the content and evaluate it myself. Fang Yuan, do you know what providence is? Sixth hare asked. Providence. Fang Yuan was puzzled. Sixth hare observed his expression and nodded, saying, you have indeed forgotten a lot, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Sixth hare said, you once relied on Providence's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ying Wuxie, disguising yourself as a pure dream reality seeker physique body and snatching sovereign immortal fetus Jiu. But you do not know that this 11th extreme physique was developed by Old Man Inkstone. It has a huge flaw. Any soul that enters the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose all their memories. Later, even though Old Man Inkstone tried to fix the flaw, he could only eliminate the flaw of deep sleep. The soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique body would still lose its memories. The longer time passes, the more they will forget. Precisely because of this, Lord Ying Wuxie lost his memories and could only remember the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying so, sixth hare took out an information path mortal Jiu. He rubbed the Jiu worm with his finger, sighing internally. This Jiu worm did not have much value to him. But to Fang Yuan, it was extremely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he give this Jiu worm to Fang Yuan? In Ying Wuxie's original plan, he wanted to use this flaw of Fang Yuan's to deal with Fang Yuan. But to think that there would be a moment where they would take the initiative to fix this flaw of Fang Yuan's. This letter Jiu records the entire battle of Yitian Mountain, take a look. Sixth hare said as he tossed the Jiu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it, there was no problem, he activated the Jiu worm and the scenes of Yitian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was missing many crucial memories. No wonder I felt something amiss but could not find anything. So I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. If one lost their memories completely, they would not be able to sense it if they were alone. If they felt like they had forgotten something, it was not complete, they could still recall it. However, the information path mortal Jiu gave Fang Yuan a feeling of déjà vu, but he could not eliminate the possibility that the other party was lying. After inspecting it 3 times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, "I seem to have lost my memories, but how do I know if what is recorded here is real or fake?" Sixth Hare gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the difficult part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie had deep hatred towards each other. They were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. They could not be trusted. How to express their sincerity and make the other party trust them was the most difficult part. If this problem was solved, then this transaction would be easy to complete. Sixth Hare's thoughts moved rapidly. Thoughts flashed in his mind. He was considering his words. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan could kill without batting an eyelid. If he said the wrong thing, he might die, but Ying Wuxie had the heavy responsibility of saving his main body. He could not afford to fail. After a long while, Sixth Hare spoke. "Fang Yuan, you have spring-autumn cicada. You have been reborn, everyone knows this. But the truth is, you have even more secrets that outsiders like us know about. Providence is vast and omnipresent. It covers the 5 regions and 9 heavens, past, present, and future. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. Human Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. The two are opposites, they contradict each other. Thus, all the past venerables, all the legends, are targets of Providence's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan GU, they are Providence's 2 trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have undergone 2 tribulations. Once was the earthly calamity, once was the immortal Gu's tribulation. The power of the 2 calamities and tribulations is beyond common sense. It is because you used sovereign immortal fetus GU to revive. Your new body and immortal aperture have endless potential. Once you grow up, you will definitely surpass the past venerables. Thus, Providence is very wary of you. It is trying to restrict you and kill you in advance. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Ever since the tribulation, he had been thinking about this question. But now, Sixth Hare suddenly provided him with an answer. Providence. Fang Yuan muttered, pondering over this word. Sixth Hare sighed deeply, continuing, "My main body, spectral soul, created Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, and refined the sovereign immortal fetus. I planned for 100,000 years, but I failed in the end. This was also the work of Providence. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, there were also people who surrounded me. The celestial court led by heaven overseeing Tower Lord was one of them. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden killer of the human tribulation." "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan squinted. Bright light flashed in his eyes. His interest was piqued. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hare's following words would bring about an earth-shattering change to him. Sixth Hare hesitated. He knew, once he said what he was going to say, the huge flaw of Fang Yuan not knowing about Providence would be completely fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's unstoppable rise in power. Fang Yuan was currently like a python trapped in a quagmire. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know what was going on, it could only roll around in the quagmire. But if he told this to Fang Yuan, it would be the same as removing the black cloth covering the python's eyes. The python's eyes would brighten, it would see the vast world, it would see the quagmire that trapped it. It was very shallow and small. With a clear direction and understanding of its situation, this python would raise its head towards the sky, it would summon the wind and rain, it would become a dragon and roam the world. Chapter 1083. Sixth Hare did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he had no other choice. Ying Wuxie's situation forced him to do it. Breathing in deeply, Sixth Hare said slowly, "Fang Yuan, you were able to snatch sovereign immortal fetus GU at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own strength, but because you received guidance from Providence, right? In fact, the reason why you obtained spring-autumn cicada's revival was also because of Providence's scheme. It arranged for you to return to the past and stop my shadow sect from achieving greatness." Fang Yuan heard this and was greatly shaken. The first half was fine, but the crucial part was the latter half. Even with his years of mental fortitude, he could not control himself at this moment. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a loud sound in the outside world. What is going on? In just a short moment, Fang Yuan stabilized his emotions. He sat up straight and activated his GU worm, his eyes shined with bright light, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked at the vast sky. There was an indescribable sound of thunder, there were also flashes of lightning. A bolt from the blue. Sixth Hare sneered, but he felt desolate. Fang Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation, there is still a lot of providence left in Lang Ya blessed land. My words earlier exposed Providence's scheme, it caused the heavenly Tao to be furious. But any blessed land or grotto heaven is a small world different from the 5 regions, Providence cannot control this place. Now that the tribulation is over, no matter how furious Providence is, it is useless. Fang Yuan did not deny it, he looked at Sixth Hare expressionlessly. Continue. Sixth Hare was hesitant at first, but now that he had said it, he felt much better. His words became smoother as he continued. Fang Yuan, your spring-autumn cicada also contains providence. This has already been proven by Lord Ying Wuxie. This is the best proof, Fang Yuan, that every time you revive, there is Providence's influence. Spring-autumn cicada is the sacrifice of the GU Immortal's entire body, only a portion of the GU Immortal's will is left. This will was carried by the spring-autumn cicada and entered the river of time, going against the flow and returning to his past body. To achieve the effect of rebirth. Fang Yuan, you should have used it several times, so you should be very clear about it. Fang Yuan was still expressionless, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sixth Hare continued, the spring and autumn cicada contains the power of providence. Fang Yuan, every time you activate the spring and autumn cicada, the power of providence will increase. This is the perfect time for providence to exert its influence on you. Because at that time, all that was left of you was a remnant will. Without the assistance of a physical body, his attention would be focused on the river of time, and he wouldn't be able to foresee any internal schemes. After you've been reborn, you naturally have to scheme. He thought about how to use the advantages of his rebirth to better cultivate. It was precisely because of this that he fell into Providence's trap. The things that you experienced before your rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, are really only as much as what you know now. Those so-called opportunities are just bait that Providence deliberately left behind, letting you, a chess piece, walk on Providence's chess path step by step, and finally arrive at Yitian Mountain, ruining our Shadow Sect's grand plan. According to our speculations, the future before your rebirth. Our Shadow Sect's plan should have already been realized. But Providence doesn't want my main body to ascend to the position of Venerable again. The reason why Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed back then was because his essence was one of the main body's split souls. Moreover, the main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and was reborn. After growing up, he would definitely surpass the previous Venerables. In the future, I'm afraid that Providence will no longer be able to eradicate the main body. Because of this, Providence thought of ways to arrange a scheme to send you back and borrow your hand. To change the past and reshape the future. Fang Yuan said, wait, I don't understand, why did Providence only choose me? Because you're an otherworldly demon. Only otherworldly demons can change the past. As long as it was not an otherworldly demon, even a Venerable would be powerless. Red Lotus Demon Venerable worked hard his entire life, but he could only destroy Fate GU, he could not destroy it. Not to mention any harm to Providence. Of course, you're not the only otherworldly devil. Maybe you were in that period. Regardless of whether it's in terms of vision or circumstances, he's most suited to be a chess piece, Sixth Hare replied. Fang Yuan remained silent. It was a brand new and shocking perspective. Sixth Hare's words made Fang Yuan realize that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy around him. Bertrand, he thought back to the 500 years of his previous life. He had been a vagrant for hundreds of years. Could Providence suppress him? Was it the will of the heavens that he wanted to refine the blood god? The process of obtaining spring-autumn cicada's immortal GU recipe was indeed quite easy. Not long after he refined the spring and autumn cicada, he was immediately surrounded by the forces of the 10 great ancient sects. Sixth Hare observed Fang Yuan's expression and saw that Fang Yuan was moved, but did not show any clear expression. He cursed internally and said, "Your spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why does it succeed every time it revives?" "That's not true, it failed the last time," Fang Yuan said, but suddenly he was stunned. This point was precisely the irrefutable proof of heaven's will. His amnesia was not related to this. He remembered that the last time he used spring-autumn cicada to revive, it was because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. He could not dodge it and had to choose to revive. But before that, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was also smashed into smithereens by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be said that the great strength true martial immortal zombie was destroyed, the 10 extreme lifeless formation was damaged, it could not refine GU. Shadow Sect's plan failed, the only variable was Hei Lulan, but she was not at Yitian Mountain at that time. Thus, Providence no longer needed the pawn Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's activation of spring-autumn cicada failed. Instead, Shadow Sect did not want to admit their failure. Providence gave up on Fang Yuan, but Shadow Sect used the power of the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fang Yuan revive and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to take another step forward. What? You don't know about my last activation failure? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Of course he did not know about this. Firstly, he was a split soul, he did not even participate in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was confined in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Secondly, he only had Ying Wuxie left, most of the information he obtained came from Ying Wuxie. But he knew about Ying Wuxie's activation of spring-autumn cicada. Originally, Ying Wuxie had been schemed against by Fang Yuan, he had no way to turn the situation around, but because of spring-autumn cicada, he managed to turn the situation around and reach this point. Sixth Hair was considering whether he should tell this secret to Fang Yuan. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. He was not sure how Fang Yuan would react if he told Fang Yuan about this. But at this moment, Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief, took the opportunity to organize his emotions, and continued, "Providence's arrangement of you as a pawn, Fang Yuan, is really brilliant. We all subconsciously thought that the otherworldly demons would not have anything to do with Providence. Thus, even my main body was deceived. Actually, as early as after the inheritance of the 3 kings, one of the main body's split souls, Elder Inkstone, discovered that you have the spring-autumn cicada and are a person who has been reborn. But firstly, you had already gone to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, secondly, Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan was right in front of them, they did not want to complicate matters, so they plotted against you in secret. Thus, Elder Inkstone concealed your deductions and instead lured the central continent Gu Immortal Feng Joga's group to Luo Po Valley. In that battle, even though the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped, he fell into old ancestor Xuehu's hands. The Celestial Court and Northern Plains people were all secretly influenced by Providence, they were a part of my main body's human tribulation. Fang Yuan, after you regained your life, you went from southern border to northern plains, you encountered many accidents, right? These were all part of Providence's arrangements to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Ying Wuxie is in a desperate situation now, part of the reason is because he inherited your body, he attracted many strong enemies for you and blocked the calamity for you. Fang Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board, you are wanted by the 10 great ancient sects and are even being pursued by the Celestial Court. Lord Ying Wuxie's present is your future. Do you think you can hide in the other 4 regions and not go to Central Continent? When my main body refined GU, the Celestial Court's GU Immortals could chase after me. The 5 regional walls are not an obstacle to some GU Immortals, the reason why GU Immortals do not attack is mainly because of calamities and tribulations. Once they attack, the outcome is hard to predict, if the tribulation is affected, they will be the ones suffering the calamity. Furthermore, the immortal apertures of the Celestial Court's GU Immortals belong to the Celestial Court Grotto Heavens, there are no calamities or tribulations there. Outside, they only use phantom apertures, they also have hibernation methods to extend their lifespan. Fang Yuan, let me ask you, if I did not tell you today, would you have known about Providence's existence? The schemes that you have. You and I have deep hatred, that is true, but there is also a deep connection between us. Lord Ying Wuxie is in danger. If he falls into the hands of the Celestial Court, your relationship with him, as well as your current information, will be leaked. The Celestial Court will definitely send people to kill you. Because the Celestial Court is a group of lackeys that protect Providence. Earlier, Feng Joga and the other Central Continent GU immortals entered Northern Plains to investigate. Later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords Group attacked Northern Plains and destroyed it. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Ying Wuxie are bound together. If Lord Ying Wuxie dies, your good days will also come to an end. Sixth Hair's eloquence was unrestrained. He spoke with fervor and assurance. Moreover, he had a clear hierarchy of reasons and evidence. He understood the other party's emotions and moved them with reason. Fang Yuan was moved. He blurted out, "You are right, this is true insight. I think we can make a deal." Sixth Hair was overjoyed. He thought, this matter is a success. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. Recently, he had been under a lot of pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan was able to pass the tribulation and refine change form immortal GU instead. No matter what he did or what his motive was, the result was clear. He had sinned. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Thus, he had to make amends for his sins. This time, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to persuade Fang Yuan. It was Ying Wuxie's intention, and it was also what he, Sixth Hair, was willing to do. Now, it seemed that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Ying Wuxie's only way out. Sixth Hair used his own strength to pave this path of survival for Ying Wuxie. Chapter 1084. Then how do we transact? What do you need? Fang Yuan asked with a pleasant expression. I want to see. Fang Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials you picked up from Earth Trench have problems. They are filled with providence. We do not need them. But in Falling Heavenly River, you obtained a lot of immortal materials. You can use them for this transaction. This is the list, take a look. Sixth Hair tossed out an information path mortal GU. Fang Yuan received it and checked that there were no mistakes. His mind entered and nodded as he browsed. After a while, Fang Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Lang Ya sect, can't you get them from Lang Ya sect's treasury? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. Times are different now, the new land spirit of Langya is different. In Lang Ya sect contribution points are the biggest rule. If I want to get the treasury, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my contribution points are far from meeting Lord Ying Wuxie's minimum requirements. You are right. Fang Yuan nodded, asking, I can pay for these immortal materials, but how are you going to deliver them to Ying Wuxie? Jewel Yellow Skies is already closed. Ying Wuxie selling immortal GU caused such a huge commotion, Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. Sixth Hair said, without Jewel Yellow Skies, it is indeed troublesome, but there is a way to deliver them to Lord Ying Wuxie. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect. Before the Battle of Yitian Mountain, because old ancestor Shui who stole the immortal zombie body, Zombie Alliance ordered the other branches to set up super GU formations to connect the 5 regions. In the future, even if someone attacks the branches, they can use these super GU formations to transport the immortal zombie body to Zombie Alliance. I thought this was just an excuse to frame all the immortal zombies, to think it was true. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. This is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus GU was not our Shadow Sect's plan. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he had no choice but to do so. In fact, there were more benefits in keeping the Zombie Alliance. I will not sacrifice them. Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly thought of his previous life 500 years ago. At that time, the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance still existed until the 5 Regions Chaotic War and before Fang Yuan was reborn. They still played an extremely important role in the general trend of the world. But it was different now. You must watch. The 5 Regions Zombie Alliance had become an empty shell, Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and refined in the 10 extreme lifeless formation. Now, the 5 regions were in turmoil because of this. After all, when the 5 regions zombie alliance was still around, they controlled a lot of resources. These resources were ownerless. This caused the GU immortal experts and super forces of various regions to compete with each other, creating a bloodbath. Looks like the Shadows sect really succeeded in my previous life. The existence of the Zombie Alliance proved this point. Also, the Celestial Court attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land. Foam Joga died in Lang Ya Blessed Land. This is also suspicious. The Shadows sect planted traitors in the Celestial Court. Who knows, Spectral Soul might have revived and controlled the Celestial Court for his own use. Fang Yuan's thoughts scattered for a while. He immediately felt that many of the things in his memories had other possibilities. There was more to it than meets the eye. The waters of this world are really too deep. Legends are emerging one after another. Countless experts are competing and scheming against each other. They are like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Even though I am a top-notch person, I am nothing compared to these geniuses. Hehe, this is the reason why it is so interesting. Isn't that so? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan thought of this and his mood became better. On his face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Sixth Hair was somewhat baffled. He thought, what is he smiling at? Also, why is there a bad feeling lingering around the bottom of my heart? Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He looked at Sixth Hair with a bright gaze. The smile on his face became even more obvious. Then what can I get by paying the immortal materials? Immortal GU. Sixth Hair answered calmly. Interesting, very interesting. Very interesting. Fang Yuan rubbed his palms and laughed lightly. What else could Ying Wu Xie sell immortal GU? It was definitely Fang Yuan's own immortal GU. Selling Fang Yuan's own immortal GU to Fang Yuan, Ying Wu Xie's plan was extremely meticulous. But even Fang Yuan himself felt that Ying Wu Xie's idea was quite brilliant. Let's ask, who else in this world wanted to obtain these immortal GU more than Fang Yuan? In this world, who wanted to obtain these immortal GU more than Fang Yuji? To other GU immortals, these immortal GU were unfamiliar, they needed to be familiar with them. But Fang Yuan himself was very familiar with these GU, he had mature methods to use them. But Fang Yuan himself was very familiar with these GU, he had mature methods to use them. The value of these immortal GU in Fang Yuan's heart was often higher than that of others. Moreover, many immortal GU needed suitable GU immortals to be sold. For example, Strength Path immortal GU were not very interested in other paths. Because the paths were not compatible, not only would the Dao marks clash, the effect would be reduced, it was also not good for raising them. Unless they were supplementary GU worms for immortal killer moves. But such situations were very rare. One could say, Fang Yuan was the most suitable buyer. Not only did he need these immortal GU, more importantly, he had the capital to buy them. As for how to exchange for the immortal GU, it would be the super GU formations of Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan continued to smile. How many immortal GU do I have left? Not only do I want to buy them, I am also interested in He Lolan's self-strength immortal GU and Tai by Yunsheng's man as before and landscape as before. I want to include these 3 immortal GU in the transaction. Sixth Hair thought about it and nodded. I can make the decision on this, I can agree to it. With Ying Wu Xie's control over Tai by Yunsheng and He Lulan, he could definitely make them hand over the immortal GU. The most important thing now was to get out of danger and escape. Other matters could be put aside for now. Fang Yuan continued, money and goods, you bring me the immortal GU, I will give you the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. To tell you the truth, Fang Yuan, you will need some time to see the immortal GU. You are definitely aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance divisions are being coveted. If Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City had not sunk into Earth Trench, it would have been visited countless times already. The Super GU formation is set up in Dark Flow Giant City. I will need some time to get the immortal GU. But before that, I hope you can provide some immortal materials in advance. Because these immortal materials need to be used to refine GU, the earlier the better. I don't know how long Lord Ying Wuxie can last. Fang Yuan heard this. He laughed coldly in his heart. Sixth Hair's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. Earlier, he said that Ying Wuxie was in imminent danger, and now he says that he can still hold on for a while. On the surface, Fang Yuan kept a straight face. He flatly refused. No, that's impossible. I need to pay the immortal materials first. If you don't sell me your immortal GU, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry, Fang Yuan. I have already prepared an information path immortal killer move. Bind both sides and not allow either side to go back on their word. Sixth Hair said sincerely. Fang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand and said, don't mention whatever information path means to me, I don't believe in that. Since you were able to subdue He Lulan, you must have removed the Information Path Alliance pact from her, right? As for me, I'm not an Information Path expert. Wouldn't I be a fool to form an alliance with you guys? This. Sixth Hair fell silent. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not form an alliance pact with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a good idea. I will use the information to exchange for some immortal materials. How about that? These information and secrets are extremely valuable to you, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know the limits of providence? Our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with providence? And the information on otherworldly demons, and even Lang Ya Blessed Land, don't you want to know? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with eagerness. Providence. After understanding Providence's scheme, how could Fang Yuan not pay attention to Providence? And in this world, who had more authority than Shadow Sect in dealing with Providence? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to trade, Fang Yuan would still be kept in the dark for a long time. As for otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan had always been curious about them. Why did they transmigrate to this place? Who were the other otherworldly demons? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And the information on Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. What else was hidden in it? To Fang Yuan, who borrowed the power of the land spirit of Langya, and also wanted Lang Ya Blessed Land, this was extremely important information. Undeniably, this information was extremely valuable. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the hall became quiet. Both sides were silent. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely agree. It was all because the temptation of this information was too great for him. Of course, if not for the situation. Sixth Hair would rather die than let Fang Yuan know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke but changed the topic. I still have something I don't understand. Since there is a Super GU formation, why did Ying Wuxie and the rest not use the Super GU formation to escape? Sixth Hair explained honestly, the Super GU formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies can also be considered immortal materials, but they must not contain an immortal aperture. It is too difficult for GU immortals to teleport across regions. There are a few methods that cannot be replicated. Fixed immortal travel is one example, but immortal GU are unique. Not everyone can enter an immortal aperture. Stargate GU is another example, but it has greater limitations. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate GU. Fang Yuan had used it many times, and even gave the GU recipe to the land spirit of Langya. It was not strange for Shadow Sect to know about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate GU, they had high requirements for the GU immortal being transported. The GU immortal had to have very few Dao marks to be transported. Especially Stargate GU, it was only a mortal GU, even though it borrowed the power of Black Heaven. Only bottom-tier rank 6 GU immortals or rank 6 GU immortals who had passed several calamities and tribulations could use it. Of course, the things in the GU immortal's immortal aperture were not counted because they were in another world. Thus, back then, when Fang Yuan stored rank 9 wisdom GU in his dead aperture, he could use Stargate GU to move between regions. Using low-level GU immortals or immortal zombies as boats, using fixed immortal travel and Stargate GU to transport them across regions. This method was very feasible. But it could not be popularized. There was only one fixed immortal travel, and the Stargate GU was only in the hands of a few people. Moreover, rank 8 GU immortals had too many high-rank immortal materials and immortal GU, it was a huge burden on their immortal aperture. A living immortal aperture would burst, a dead immortal aperture would collapse, it could not be transported many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed all the high-rank immortal materials he obtained in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. Blessed lands that were located in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 GU immortals had their own method to travel between regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Like earlier, when Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord led a group of people to attack southern border and spoil Shadowsect's plan, they traveled in White Heaven. Chapter 1085. There had never been a good method to transport GU immortals across regions. I want you to take me to read a book, W less than W. 1 because GU immortals had little need in this aspect. When GU masters become immortals, because of the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions, they would become GU immortals of each region. For example, Northern Plains GU immortals, Central Continents GU immortals and so on. GU immortals had a strong sense of region, foreign GU immortals were easily ostracized. Towards the end of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were chased by southern border GU immortals, this could be seen. In this regard, East Ocean was relatively open-minded. The concept of region was not important, the most important thing was that the GU immortals' immortal aperture would land in the outside world once in a while and absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize itself. At this time, there were strict requirements for the chi of heaven and earth. If Northern Plains GU immortals placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent's world and absorbed Central Continent's heaven and earth chi, it would be detrimental. The third reason was the calamity. GU immortals faced calamities and tribulations constantly, who would have the time to run around? What was he doing in the outer realms? Unless it was an extremely important matter, like a great immortal opportunity with a clear clue, or an important mission like Feng Joga's exploration of Northern Plains. There was one thing that needed to be distinguished. GU immortals traveling across regions had little demand, but immortal GU and immortal materials were different. The demand in this area was still very high. However, dual yellow skies had already greatly satisfied these needs. All sorts of reasons led to very few people researching the transportation of GU immortals across regions. In history, there were no outstanding research achievements. The super GU formations that Zombie Alliance set up in the various divisions were only used to transport immortal materials. Who would want to research something that was not very useful and thankless? GU immortals also faced great pressure to survive. Although it had the word immortal in it, it wasn't exactly carefree and easy. Managing the immortal aperture, raising immortal GU, and dealing with heavenly tribulations were enough to make almost all GU immortals exhausted. Thus, from ancient times until now, the transportation of GU immortals across regions was very primitive, it developed very slowly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent sent GU immortals to Northern Plains to investigate, but they had to forcefully barge through the regional walls of 2 regions. 400 to 500 years later, there would be no need to research the transportation of GU immortals across regions. Because the 5 regional walls were slowly disappearing. The entire 5 regions would become one. This was a story to be told later, so let's not talk about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan suddenly let out a burst of hearty laughter. After probing for so long, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this transaction. To have a clearer understanding of the book I want to read. Fang Yuan, what are you laughing at? Sixth Hair had a bad feeling about this. Because I'm happy. Even though the Super GU formation could only transport immortal materials, it was enough. As for intelligence, he would put it aside for now. The condition I want is my original physical body. Give him to me first, Fang Yuan said quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about wisdom Ji. If Fang Yuan regained his fleshly body, he would be able to fuse it with his soul. By activating the light of wisdom, he would be able to borrow a trace of wisdom Gu's power. What did that mean? He was like a tiger that had grown wings and soared to the sky in one go. In the past, Fang Yuan had a flaw: he did not have lifespan Ji to feed wisdom Ji. But now, Land Spirit of Langya had a large number of lifespan Ji, he was handing them over. Fang Yuan already knew about providence. If he had wisdom Gu's help, how could he resist it? He would be like an eagle flying in the sky or a dragon swimming in the sea. And with the sovereign immortal aperture, oh my God! Sixth Hair sighed in his heart. Just these few factors alone were enough to shake heaven and earth. Shocking the world. If they were used together, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. How could they let the others live? This won't do. Sixth Hair quickly shook his head. Without a physical body, how can Lord Ying Wuxia escape from this predicament? He has a physical body. Fang Yuan laughed. I have plenty of strength path immortal zombies here. We can trade one for one. I guarantee you won't lose out. In fact, the strength path immortal zombies will have more Dao marks than my physical body. You will be making a profit. Make a profit, my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless. His expression turned ugly as he stared at Fang Yuan and sneered. I won't beat around the bush, Fang Yuan. How can I not know what you are planning? Oh, it seems you already know about wisdom Ji. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. I can sell immortal Ji and information, but the physical body cannot. Sixth Hair rejected sternly. His tone was as tough as steel. But who knew that Fang Yuan's expression changed faster than him? Then there is no room for discussion. Leave. I won't be sending you off. Fang Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. Why do you want to read this book W? One seeing that he was not moving, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He flicked his sleeves and left. He was about to enter the back hall. Sixth Hair came to his senses. He said, Fang Yuan, wait. You agreed. Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. I won't sell the physical body, but we can discuss the rest. Sixth Hair insisted. Fang Yuan snorted. He quickly turned around and was about to leave Sixth Hair's sight through the side door. Sixth Hair quickly followed. A transaction requires both parties to be willing. Fang Yuan, why are you forcing me? If I am harmed, you will be harmed as well. Fang Yuan stopped, but this time, he did not even turn around. He directly faced Sixth Hair with the back of his head. It was very rude. Sixth Hair only heard Fang Yuan say, You are right. But so what if I am harmed? At most, I will just die. Sixth Hair walked a few steps, catching up to Fang Yuan. He urged, Fang Yuan, why are you saying this? Who would believe you if you are deceiving yourself? Are you willing to die? With our shadow sect outside, how much hostility and attacks would we attract? Without us, how long can you live freely? Do you think you can deal with providence? Even my main body had planned for 100,000 years, 100,000 years, but it failed. Right now, we are facing a great enemy. Why are you doing this? Noisy. A sword wave suddenly appeared around Fang Yuan. Rank 7 sword wave immortal Gu. Sixth Hair was forced back. He quickly said, Careful, careful. Don't touch the immortal Gu, you will destroy my arrangements. If the land spirit of Langya finds out, neither of us will have a good ending. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, taking a step forward. The physical body is my condition. If it cannot be met, there is no point in talking. I will give you 3 days. Go back and discuss with your Lord Ying Wuxia. Sixth Hair stomped his feet. 3 days. Fang Yuan, you know that Lord Ying Wuxia is in danger. We need to make full use of every second. Fang Yuan moved further away. His voice could be heard. It is good that you are aware of this. Agree quickly. After the transaction, you will need some time to refine Gu with immortal materials, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression. He gritted his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan, killing intent surging. Fang Yuan, don't push your luck. So what if I push my luck? I was not the one who died first. With Lang Ya blessed land, I can still live freely for some time. But what about you? Without Ying Wu Xie, the demon Venerable's main body is trapped in a super dream realm. He, the great spectral soul demon Venerable actually died earlier than me. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. He passed through the door, his figure vanishing from Sixth Hair's sight. Sixth Hair's eyes were wide open, they were bloodshot. Fang Yuan's shamelessness dealt a heavy blow to him. However, in less than half a day, Sixth Hair found Fang Yuan again. Lord Ying Wu Xie agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fang Yuan, he wanted to skin him alive. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly, looking at it from another perspective. Ying Wu Xie's situation was not optimistic. This was a good and bad thing. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain the greatest benefits from this transaction, but he also wanted Ying Wu Xie to stay outside and attract the firepower for him. Letting the Celestial Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces fight each other was a good idea for Fang Yuan. Let's exchange immortal zombie bodies first, 1 for 1, then we can talk about the next transaction. After Fang Yuan said that, he added, if I see you doing anything to my body, I will not be able to kill you. Don't blame me for falling out. You know, I am someone who has been reborn, some of my methods come from the future. That is impossible. The transaction will be completed in one go. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool. But Fang Yuan was harder to deal with than him. A moment later, Sixth Hair was defeated. He raised 3 fingers and gritted his teeth. All right, the first transaction is the immortal zombie body. But there are only 2 more transactions. This transaction can only be divided into 3 transactions, and will end in 3 transactions. 3 days later in Lang Ya blessed land, both sides completed the transaction. Alright, next is the immortal GU. I want all of my immortal GU. Including self-strength, man as before, landscape as before, and so on. Fang Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a strange gaze. So many immortal GU, do Fang Yuan have enough immortal materials to buy them? Fang Yuan smiled, of course I have enough. A few minutes later. This is your of course I have enough. You actually casually changed the price we agreed on. The immortal materials you paid can't even buy 30% of the immortal GU. Sixth Hair shouted in anger. The price we agreed on can naturally be discussed. What do you mean casually changing it? I am not casually changing it, I am very sincere. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Sincere your ass. Sixth Hair scolded. Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. So you don't want to trade? Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sixth Hair was even more furious. You are leaving just because we can't come to an agreement. You are doing this again. I don't care, I won't be the one to die first anyway. Fang Yuan shrugged, knowing that Sixth Hair was going to die. Sixth Hair's expression froze, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt that he was really stupid. Why did he expose his weakness? However, with Fang Yuan's ability, even if he did not say it, he would be able to sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Fang Yuan's asking price was too ruthless. Shadow Sect was not one to be trampled on. In just a few days, after dozens of difficult negotiations, both sides finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan gave in slightly, but still obtained a great victory. Sixth Hair's face was filled with defeat, his tall and straight body was now hunched. Fortunately, there is still one last time, the third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions, why did you extend it to 10? Fang Yuan, you shameless bastard, you animal with no bottom line, don't you have any sense of the big picture? Die, at most, we will all die together. Sixth Hair shouted until his throat was hoarse, blood was flowing out of his nostrils. But Fang Yuan only said one sentence and retorted, I won't be the one to die first anyway. If Ying Wu Xie dies, the demon Venerable's main body will probably die as well. After all, such a huge dream realm consumes the soul very quickly. Very quickly, very quickly, quickly. Fang Yuan's words lingered in Sixth Hair's mind. Then, He fainted on the spot. Chapter 1086. A pool of soul water was dark and gloomy, there were countless ripples on its surface. Ying Wuxie's eyes were wide open, ghost fire burned in his eyes as he observed the surface of the soul water. In his vision, there was a scene that others could not see. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with regret and shame. Lord, I have committed a grave sin. During Fang Yuan's tribulation, if I had not used it. I said, this is not your fault. Speaking of which, I used my trump card to increase my luck, allowing Fang Yuan to take advantage of me. Ying Wuxie's voice was transmitted to Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method that Sixth Hair and Ying Wuxie used to communicate. It was a soul path power, but it had the effect of information path. It was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, as well as Lang Ya blessed land. Not only could they communicate in real time, they could also block the senses of land spirit of Langya. Right now, Ying Wuxie was no longer in Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie body. But because this body was old, its immortal aperture was already destroyed, Ying Wuxie only obtained a pure physical body. It was not like the previous Fang Yuan body, which had an aperture and an immortal aperture. This way, it was not convenient for Ying Wuxie to use GU. Be it immortal GU or mortal GU, they could only live in his skin, blood, flesh, bones, and other parts. Not only would their aura leak, enemies could easily detect them, it was also very unsafe. When the physical body was attacked, GU worms would also suffer. GU worms were very fragile. Ying Wuxie's transaction with Fang Yuan could be said to be a huge loss, but right now, his expression was calm. Instead, he encouraged Sixth Hair, you did a good job this time. Throughout the transaction, you showed weakness to Fang Yuan, very good. Especially the fainting at the end, if not for your efforts, I would not have obtained the immortal material I wanted. Sixth Hair sighed, I purposely fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not attack me. Since he knows our background, he will naturally be very cautious. Moreover, we have already transacted many times. Both sides have something on us, and is also afraid that we'll report him to the land spirit of Langya, Ying Wuxie said. This time, he was in a hopeless situation. After thinking it over, he realized that Fang Yuan was the only way out. There was no other way. Before he decided to trade with Fang Yuan, he had already prepared himself mentally. The list of immortal materials that he gave to Fang Yuan was exaggerated in content, and the number was expanded, hiding the immortal materials that he truly wanted. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He struggled in a hopeless situation and found a slim chance of survival. As long as he could overcome this obstacle, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Forget about the other immortal GU, the crucial thing is that not only did Fang Yuan regain his body, he even obtained the spring-autumn cicada. Isn't his current foundation too great? Sixth Hair was still very worried. Ying Wuxie snorted coldly, even if Fang Yuan got his body, would he dare to use it? The spring and autumn cicada did not have to worry about it either. It had already been sealed and was about to starve to death. Even if Fang Yuan got rid of this problem, spring and autumn cicada itself has a chance of failure. It also contains providence, he will not be able to use it for a long time. Furthermore, the attention of the Celestial Court's GU immortals will also be drawn there. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the worry on his face lessened by a lot. He nodded repeatedly, Lord is right. Ying Wuxie heaved a long sigh, next, you still need to monitor Fang Yuan. You have already been exposed, but Fang Yuan will not touch you. If he cannot be restrained, then so be it, it doesn't matter. He obtained so many immortal GU this time, it is definitely a huge burden. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations have taken away his main focus. I will let him develop. When I gather my strength and save my main body, I will settle the score with him. He had learned from his mistakes, he had experienced many things. Ying Wuxie was maturing rapidly. He learned to give and take, and even more, he learned to endure. He was after all one of spectral souls' split souls. He had the huge aptitude to become an expert. Torture and setbacks were wealth in life. He was maturing rapidly. Northern Plains, Lang Ya blessed land. It had been some time since the transaction with Ying Wuxie ended. Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie body in front of him. He heaved a sigh. I don't dare to use it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After obtaining it, he had used almost all the methods he could currently use to inspect this immortal zombie body thoroughly, but he did not find any problems. But what was Ying Wuxie's origin? What was the origin of Shadow Sect? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, one of the few Gu Venerables. He had once ruled the world and ruled over all living beings. Could Ying Wuxie, one of his split souls, possess some sort of soul Dao technique and set up this body as a sinister trap? It was highly possible. Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie's transaction was not restricted by information path from start to finish. Because they did not trust each other. And Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to the other parties. If he used information path methods to restrict himself, the other party might secretly undo it. This was even more disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, he could not guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this body mainly to obtain wisdom Gu's recognition and draw the light of wisdom. Thus, he wanted to send his soul into this immortal zombie body. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters involving the soul. Although Fang Yuan did not find any problems, maybe Ying Wuxie did not do anything, it was more likely that this immortal zombie body was hiding a huge problem, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the ancestor of Soul Path. Fang Yuan was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert by using Soul Path in front of him. It seems that I need to inspect this body again. I cannot be too careless. If I am not careful, I might fall into Shadow Sect's trap. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was absolutely sure of his safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or if he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would choose to take the risk. Although I cannot use Wisdom Gu, regaining this body and Spring-Autumn Cicada is already an excellent result. Spring-Autumn Cicada had always been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card since rebirth. Now that Fang Yuan wanted a body, as his vital Gu, it was fixed in the first aperture, it naturally came along. During the negotiation, when Fang Yuan had just mentioned asking for Spring-Autumn Cicada, he was firmly denied by Sixth Hair. He refused to admit that Ying Wuxie had Spring-Autumn Cicada. Because they were not restricted by information path, no matter what he said, Fang Yuan could not tell the truth. Lying casually had no consequences. But Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable. He said, impossible. If you really don't have it, then refine it. I don't care about anything else, you must return my Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan played with it without any bottom line. His attitude was extremely firm. Even when Sixth Hair swore and swore with all his might, Fang Yuan's attitude did not change. After a lot of trouble, Fang Yuan regained his body and Spring-Autumn Cicada. But there was a problem with Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was sealed by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals using a strange method. It was isolated from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew that Spring-Autumn Cicada had providence. This was the greatest internal threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada both had hidden dangers that could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was very happy. Even if I can't use it, as long as it is in my hands, it will be a huge victory. Especially Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is a great killing weapon. After getting Spring-Autumn Cicada and the body, Fang Yuan asked for fixed immortal travel the second time. But how could Sixth Hair take it out? No matter how forcefully Fang Yuan forced it, it was useless. Moreover, he had guessed that fixed immortal travel was probably destroyed. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could have already used it to escape. Why would he take the initiative to come here and be extorted by Fang Yuan? Of course, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already made a deal. As long as they made the deal, they would be betraying Lang Ya sect. Sixth Hair had Fang Yuan's weakness, and the land spirit was pure and stubborn. If this was exposed, No matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would be useless. Thus, Fang Yuan gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he did not get fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan still obtained a large number of immortal GU from this transaction. A large number. Among them were He Lolan's Strength Chi Immortal GU, Self-Strength Immortal GU, and Flying Bear Strength Immortal GU. There were also Tai Bai Yunsheng's Man as before and Landscape as before. Fang Yuan's own Pulling Mountain Immortal GU, Pulling Water Immortal GU, Star Eyes Immortal GU, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU and Connect Luck Immortal GU were put into Jewel Yellow Skies and sold. This time, when Jewel Yellow Skies closed, these two Immortal GU were trapped in Jewel Yellow Skies. As for Eat Strength Immortal GU, Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, Fixed Immortal Travel, Starshoot, Starmark, and Starlight, they were all destroyed by Fang Yuan's special will. Ying Wuxie could not save them in time. Of course, the above situation might not be the truth. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair's transaction was not restricted by information path. Both sides had probed each other's bottom line. Maybe Ying Wuxie had secretly kept some immortal GU. But Fang Yuan had already tried his best, he could not make Ying Wuxie spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan made a transaction, he would be betraying Lang Ya sect once. His dominance would decrease by a little. As for Shadow Sect, they would obtain a portion of the immortal materials, their weakness would decrease by a little. Of course, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. After all, Ying Wuxie's situation was not good. But Fang Yuan did not want Ying Wuxie to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to the Celestial Court's GU Immortals, Fang Yuan would be in deep trouble. It was good to have him attracting the firepower. Celestial Court and Shadow Sect could weaken each other. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. Even though Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would definitely try to kill him after he obtained Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. But this was also the reason why Shadow Sect protected him secretly. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew that he was the Ma Hongyun in Shadow Sect's eyes. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. It was just that the current situation did not allow them to do so. Since Ying Wuxie took the initiative to make a transaction with Fang Yuan, it meant that he was truly at his wit's end. Fang Yuan had to give him some hope. If he really forced him into a corner and made him give up in despair, Fang Yuan would also be in trouble. He might even be finished. Chapter 1087. A few days later, Lang Ya blessed land. Two figures tore through the sky and landed suddenly. This place is very barren, it is suitable for us to spar. The first figure looked around and said leisurely, "What Brother Fang said is absolutely correct." The second figure was a hairy man GU Immortal. He was called 12th Hair, he spoke in a friendly manner and had a cheerful expression. Compared to the other hairy man GU Immortals in Lang Ya sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he cultivated Refinement Path as well as Enslavement Path. He cultivated Refinement Path and Enslavement Path together. GU Immortals dual cultivating was not easy, because almost all GU Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they undergo immortal ascension, they would use a GU worm to detonate their immortal aperture, and their main path would be fixed at that moment. After that, when they undergo tribulations, the Dao marks gained would mostly be of their main path. But in this world, there were many GU Immortals who dual cultivated rank 6 or 7. They cultivated one path while cultivating another path. Such GU Immortals often had fortuitous encounters and had immortal GU that were suitable for dual cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength Immortal GU could devour Strength Path Immortal materials to gain Strength Path Dao marks. GU Immortals of other paths could cultivate Strength Path after obtaining it. 12th Hair was no exception. When he was refining GU in his early years, because of an accident, he obtained a new incomplete GU from failure. After his immortal ascension, he raised this GU to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This GU could add Enslavement Path Dao marks to his body. This way, He was quite special among all the hairy man GU immortals. The previous land spirit of Langya had taken care of him. Even though refinement path and enslavement path had little relation to each other, he encouraged 12th hair to continue cultivating them. Because 12th hair had enslavement path Dao marks, it would be very helpful in refining enslavement path immortal GU in the future. The current land spirit of Langya looked at him in a new light. But what was important was his battle strength. 12th hair had enslavement path cultivation. This was a good foundation. The land spirit of Langya gave him beast enslavement immortal GU, intending to nurture him into an enslavement path battle strength expert among the hairy man GU immortals. A new ruler brought his own subordinates, but 12th hair was even more popular. He was the favorite of the current land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan said to these hairy men. It wasn't clear at first. However, after the secret trade with Ying Wuxie, he had obtained quite a lot of information regarding Lang Ya Blessed Land. Although this information was not very valuable, it was still very valuable to Fang Yuan. However, it was of great help to him, allowing him to have a comprehensive understanding of the Lang Ya sect. Fang Yuan and 12th hair both landed on the ground. The ground of cloud cover continent was formed from condensed cloud soil and was pure white. When Zhong Xian stepped on it, it felt somewhat soft. It felt quite different from ordinary soil. Brother 12th, please. Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Haha, Brother Fang, then I won't stand on ceremony. Come out, chestnut yak. 12th hair laughed loudly. He did a somersault in the air, and then knelt on the ground. He slammed his palms on the ground. This posture was like performing a juggling act before suddenly kneeling down and kowtowing to Fang Yuan. GU immortals paid attention to their demeanor. Human GU immortals would definitely think of ways to avoid such a shameful thing. But hairy man GU immortals were different. These hairy man GU immortals had been nurtured by the previous land spirit of Langya. They were all very pure and had extremely low battle strength. Fang Yuan had already gotten used to this. 12th hair knelt down towards Fang Yuan with an excited expression. Suddenly, he froze. Eh? He raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan. I'm sorry, I failed. No problem. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Immortal killer moves. Failure is unavoidable. Try again. Yes, yes. 12th hair nodded. He somersaulted again, and with a loud sound, both his knees and hands touched the ground. There was no movement. After a few breaths of time, 12th hair stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. Oh my, I failed again. Let me try again. Heh. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th hair was ruthless. Heh. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. I'm sorry, please wait a while. 12th hair greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. I can understand. Take a look. 12th hair nodded gratefully, and tried again. Heh. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. After more than 10 attempts, 12th hair did not succeed even once. Fang Yuan had yet to make a move, but 12th hair had already vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Blood was also flowing out of his ears, and his face was turning paler. If the activation of an immortal killer move failed, the GU immortal would suffer a backlash. Even Fang Yuan could not watch it anymore. He reminded, I have observed it many times, Brother 12th, your somersaulting seems to be useless against immortal killer moves. Why don't you give it up? Somersaulting? 12th hair scratched his head, showing an innocent expression. This is a movement I meticulously designed. Don't you think somersaulting first will make me look imposing? Fang Yuan's expression was almost black lines. He could not help but think, your action of proactively kneeling to the enemy is indeed very imposing. However, 12th hair was an obedient child who knew his mistakes. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, I will change it. Thereupon, 12th hair no longer somersaulted. Instead, he knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time, He stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying unwillingly, "Let me try again." After a few attempts, a blue gem light suddenly shone from 12th Hare's hands. The light quickly spread, and the ground was dyed into a blue lake. The lake water gushed out, and a bull-shaped desolate beast stepped on a huge wave, charging towards Fang Yuan. Swoosh! The blue lake water washed to the shore, and the giant bull stepped on solid ground, raising its head and roaring. Moo! The formless sound wave squeezed the air and created a whirlwind out of nowhere. The giant bull's entire body was greenish-black. Its head was heavy and big, and its mouth was square and thick. A pair of horns stabbed diagonally into the sky from both sides, and the distance between them was very large. The cow's chest was very wide, and its abdomen was also very large, but it gradually became slimmer at the back of the waist. His body was big at the front and small at the back. The bottom of the body and the four legs. They were all covered with a thick layer of long hair, almost reaching the ground. The tail behind his buttocks was thick and big, like a brown broom. Without a doubt. This giant bull was majestic and mighty, and the effect of its entrance was excellent. It was domineering and awe-inspiring, forming a sharp contrast with 12th Hare's previous performance. It's just Fang Yuan didn't care at all. Although the chestnut yak was a desolate beast, it was famous for its low combat strength. This was the main impression that many GU immortals had towards it. However, the taste of beef was unique. It could be eaten raw, just like eating chestnuts. This was also the origin of its name. Of course, among the desolate beasts, the chestnut yak's battle strength was not the weakest. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast, which Fang Yuan was currently raising, was the desolate beast level dragonfish. "You finally used it." 12th Hare was overjoyed. He pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Chestnut yak, charge!" Moo! The chestnut yak raised its head and roared again. But it did not move. 12th Hare's face was filled with awkwardness, as if he was holding back his anger. He ordered again, "Charge, charge, charge, you stupid bull." The chestnut yak then began to charge. The distance between it and Fang Yuan was very short, and after a few steps, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan. A strong wind blew towards them. The chestnut yak's body was huge. When it charged, it was like 4 buses stacked on top of each other. It was quite powerful. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. In his immortal aperture, change form immortal GU flew up first. Next, all kinds of mortal supplementary GU worms also flew up, revolving around change form immortal GU. Immortal transformation path killer move flying bear transformation. Light suddenly blossomed. The intense light forced 12th Hare to close his eyes. 12th Hare quickly activated his investigative GU. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of transparent crystal as he opened them again. The light had not faded yet. But 12th Hare could clearly see the scene in the battlefield. Bam! The chestnut yak also collided with a giant beast. This giant beast's body was even bigger than it. The chestnut yak's charge was in vain. At this time, the light faded, revealing the giant beast's true appearance. This was a giant bear. Its body was thick and fat. Its body was covered in short and thick white fur, as white as snow. It had 4 sharp claws, a short tail, and its body was curled up like a huge snow-white pom-pom. It actually looked a little cute. This was the desolate beast flying bear that Fang Yuan had transformed into. The chestnut yak saw this flying bear and immediately stared with its eyes wide open. Its aura instantly fell to rock bottom. It gave a miserable cry and actually turned around to run away. 12th Hare saw this and angrily scolded, "You cowardly yak, you are still a desolate beast, damn it, come at me." He activated his enslavement path method. The chestnut yak ran for a long distance before it was enslaved by 12th Hare again. It turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan's flying bear transformation. The chestnut yak was a herbivorous desolate beast. It had a gentle nature. This chestnut yak was raised by the previous land spirit of Langya. His goal was to use its meat as an immortal material for GU refinement. And because of the Shadow Sect's sudden attack, the other desolate beasts in Lang Ya Blessed Land had all died. Thus, 12th Hare first used this chestnut yak to practice. Fang Yuan did not move until the yak was in front of him. He exerted strength in his limbs and moved. Whoosh! The flying bear's huge body did not slow down its speed, it easily dodged. The chestnut yak and the flying bear brushed past each other. The flying bear opened its mouth and roared, suddenly turning around and leaping up. Looking down from above, the flying bear stretched out its right claw and slammed down on the chestnut yak's back. Bam! There was an intense vibration, white cloud soil was sent flying everywhere. The chestnut yak was heavily injured, it was slammed into the ground by the flying bear's attack. The originally flat ground had turned into a huge crater. In the blink of an eye, the chestnut yak was completely defeated, it laid motionlessly in the crater, its eyes revealing a terrified expression, its body was trembling. Chapter 1088. The chestnut yak was slapped into the pit by Fang Yuan and didn't dare to climb out again. 12th Hare tried his best, but he couldn't get the chestnut yak to get up and fight again. Not desolate beasts, not GU immortals. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly, dispelling the immortal killer move. In the blink of an eye, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From the light, Fang Yuan's figure slowly descended until he landed on the ground. This time, I've lost again. Brother Fang is really amazing. 12th Hare tried hard for a long time, but to no avail. He could only cup his fists and admit defeat to Fang Yuan. He had sparred with Fang Yuan several times. At first, after he lost, he still refused to admit defeat and was a little stubborn. But after so many times, he was already numb to it. Losing was normal, but winning was abnormal. Brother 12th, you need to practice this immortal killer move more. As for this chestnut yak, it's weak and timid. It's best to change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan casually gave some advice. 12th Hare nodded and sighed. Isn't it because Jewel Yellow Skies is closed? When it reopens, I will immediately go there and buy a dire beast that can fight. This yak had been raised to the point where it had lost its wild nature. I had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. However, I have to bear the cost of purchasing the desolate beasts myself. This was the rule after the establishment of the sect. Sigh, my beast enslavement immortal GU is not mine, I still need to pay the sect a fee. Let's not talk anymore, I need to rush back to refine GU and try to sell more immortal Yuan stone. Then I won't see you out. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th Hare put away the chestnut yak and left in a hurry. All right, 20 contribution points. I got it again. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hare's departing figure, feeling a slight joy in his heart. These days, not only was he sparring with 12th Hare, he was also sparring with other hairy man GU immortals. They all had similar interactions. It turned out that Fang Yuan and 6th Hare made a secret deal. Although the deal was over, 6th Hare repeatedly took the initiative to go to Yuncheng guarded by Fang Yuan, which was a small flaw. Even though Fang Yuan joined Lang Ya sect and became an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man GU immortals. After all, the current human race was very powerful. Hairy men were a branch of the variant humans, they had been persecuted by the human race in history. Fang Yuan was one of them. But the hairy man GU immortals kept their distance from him. Why did 6th Hare suddenly take the initiative to visit Fang Yuan? This aroused many doubts. To make up for this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hare intentionally or unintentionally revealed to the other hairy man GU immortals that he was looking for Fang Yuan to raise his battle strength. Because of the Shadow Sect's attack and this tribulation, he felt that he had a huge weakness in terms of battle strength, he wanted to make up for it, so he sought out the human GU immortal Fang Yuan for guidance. In order to increase the degree of credibility, 6th Hare even took the initiative to spar with the other hairy man GU immortals, defeating them one by one. 6th Hare was a traitor of Lang Ya sect, he was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he had deep battle attainment. If he displayed just a bit of his true strength, he could easily defeat everyone. This matter caused a huge commotion in the hairy man GU immortal circle. Even the land spirit of Langya had heard of it, he affirmed 6th Hare's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged the other hairy man GU immortals. He also sought guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, hairy man Gu immortals had very low battle strength. This had always been the sore point of the land spirit of Langya. After sixth hair, other hairy man Gu immortals came to spar with him. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan understood sixth hair's intention. He warmly welcomed the other hairy man Gu immortals. Because to Fang Yuan, there were only benefits and no harm. Firstly, he needed to rely on Lang Ya sect for a long time. His cultivation would be smoother and his tribulation would be safer. Thus, it was necessary to have a good relationship with these hairy man Gu immortals. Secondly, like sixth hair, Fang Yuan also needed to cooperate and make up for the flaws in this transaction. Finally, Fang Yuan needed Lang Ya sect's sect contribution points. From now on, he needed to ask the land spirit of Langya for help and borrow Lang Ya sect's strength. He could not negotiate with the land spirit of Langya every time. Earlier, he could transact with the land spirit of Langya because the land spirit of Langya wanted his Luo Po Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. From now on, if he wanted Lang Ya sect to work for him, he would need to use sect contribution points. This was Lang Ya sect's rule. Even the land spirit of Langya obeyed it. The land spirit of Langya had issued sect missions earlier. One of them was to guide hairy man Gu immortals and raise their battle strength. Even the land spirit of Langya was not suitable for this mission. Fang Yuan was the only suitable candidate. These last few days, Fang Yuan guided many hairy man Gu immortals. The response was very enthusiastic. Even if the subsequent hairy man Gu immortals did not get good results, they did not blame Fang Yuan. They found their own reasons. On one hand, sixth hair had set an example. On the other hand, Fang Yuan knew about these hairy men and used his exquisite communication skills to interact with them passionately. This caused the hairy man Gu immortal's impression of Fang Yuan to change greatly. As for why Fang Yuan knew about these hairy man Gu immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of information about Lang Ya blessed land from Shadow Sect during the transactions. Fang Yuan calculated, this way, my sect contribution points are over 140. This is really a good deal. Every time he guided them, Fang Yuan would get 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fang Yuan lent out Danghun Mountain and Luo Po Valley, he only got 200 to 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a portion of the flowing light fruits. With this thought, Fang Yuan rushed towards the first cloud city. When he arrived at the first cloud city, he saw the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya sized up Fang Yuan, praising, as expected of change form immortal Gu. When you transform into a hairy man Gu immortal, there are almost no flaws, unless I use investigative immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan arrived, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Along the way, he activated change form immortal Gu and turned into a hairy man Gu immortal. His motive was obvious. He wanted to get close to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had the ideology of hairy democracy. When he saw Fang Yuan, he smiled and praised change form immortal Gu. In fact, his impression of Fang Yuan became even more pleasing to the eye. He felt much better. Fang Yuan, however, sighed with a tone of pity. This transformation is not complete. Although I have change form immortal Gu, I lack eternal Gu. If I had eternal Gu, I would be able to completely transform into a hairy man and truly integrate into Lang Ya sect, becoming a member of the hairy men. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but these last days, I have interacted with the other hairy man Gu immortals and had a deep feeling about it. Us human Gu immortals are all crafty and guarded against each other. But hairy men are honest, united and warm. This is a true home. I am already starting to feel nostalgic about this place. The land spirit of Langya heard this and laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Oh Fang Yuan, it is good that you have such awareness. If he knew that Fang Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect a few days ago and did not report the traitor of Lang Ya sect, he would definitely skin Fang Yuan alive. But unfortunately, the land spirit of Langya did not know about this. I have seen your performance these last days. You guided those children and caused their battle strength to rise by a lot, especially sixth hair. Not bad, Not bad. These last days, I have heard good things about you from other hairy man GU immortals. What matter do you have for coming here? The land spirit of Langya asked. I want to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fang Yuan answered. This is a small matter. As long as you have enough contribution points, there will be no problem in exchanging for flowing light fruits. The land spirit of Langya waved his hand generously. Fang Yuan pretended to be hesitant. I have some insignificant opinions about Lang Ya sect's development. I wonder if I should say them. Go ahead, I am listening. The land spirit of Langya squinted his eyes and smiled. Fang Yuan said, These last days, I have sparred with many hairy man GU immortals and gained some insights. The battle strength of hairy man GU immortals needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise it is a problem. Because almost everyone cultivates refinement path. Although refinement path has offensive methods, they are not as strong as other paths. The land spirit of Langya nodded. Fang Yuan's words had touched the bottom of his heart. He could not help but sigh. This is what I am worried about. Fang Yuan continued, Actually, there is a good way to raise battle strength rapidly, that is transformation path. Transformation path? That's right. Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing, looking at all the GU cultivation paths. The path that can raise battle strength rapidly is naturally blood path. But blood path is extremely harmful. It is a huge threat to others. In the cultivation world, its reputation is completely ruined. Everyone wants to beat it up. Moreover, if we cultivate blood path to a higher level, we will need to enter the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. That will expose us. Thus, blood path is not a good choice. You are right. The land spirit of Langya nodded in agreement. Actually, he himself was quite wary of blood path. If hairy man GU immortals cultivated blood path, he would be worried that it would cause conflicts and hidden dangers within Lang Ya sect. Fang Yuan continued to speak. Other than blood path, the path that can raise battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low. Immortal killer moves do not need planning. Any transformation is an immortal killer move. Ordinary immortal killer moves need at least several years of planning. And Lang Ya sect has a large number of immortal GU recipes, among which are transformation path immortal GU recipes. They have many immortal GU recipes but few immortal killer moves. Hairy man GU immortals mainly cultivate refinement path while also cultivating transformation path. They can make use of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Hairy man GU immortals are simple and honest. Raising their battle strength is not something that can be done in a day. If they transform into desolate beasts, they have thick skin and flesh. Even if they make a few mistakes in battle, it is not a problem. They can turn the situation around and fight again. They are not like other paths like fire path and water path, where the human body is extremely fragile and has no defensive methods. It is very dangerous on the battlefield. Transformation path immortal GU recipes are easy to deduce, immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus immortal GU are also easy to refine. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.